You're exactly right, Troy. They're playing very aggressive, and both teams are filling each other out early in this game.
Just to give you an idea, it'll be Bishop Chatard in the blue and Heritage Christian in the white, and we've got a foul call. That'll be the first foul of the day by Heritage Christian. Preseason polls came out, and we want to talk a little bit about that, and we've got a few games underway already this year, but for Heritage Christian, they're ranked number 3 in the preseason 1A poll, and Bishop Chatard coming in as the number 6 team in 2A. And as you see right now, Bishop Chatard will line up for a penalty kick. First penalty kick of the day now for Bishop Chatard. They've had one foul each. 33:44 to go here in this first half of play. You see the wall being set up at around the 5-yard line, so this would be a deep kick right here.
Over their head.
It's going to take a good one. Nice one up and off the crossbar at the top and almost goes in.
6 more inches, boom.
Man, there's another left-footed kick, no good. So Bishop Chatard Trojans, early on, their first real scoring threat of the afternoon, had 2 really good looks.
Back-to-back poles. Wow.
By the way, Natalie Kernet is in goal today for Heritage Christian.
She's been tested early and often.
Yes, no doubt about that. So nice job. By the way, these 2 teams come in. Maybe if you looked at it on paper, Keith, you thought, this doesn't seem quite right. Yeah,
right.
Both teams are ranked, but you have Bishop Chatard, they're 1-2. They ended up losing their first contest to Brownsburg 6-2, and that's always tough going to Brownsburg. They come back, played much better on the road at Mount Vernon, lost that one 2-0, and then they beat Park Tudor 1-0 in that contest. Sophia Reed had a clean sheet on that contest with that shutout. As you see, the Trojans deep in the corner, and they're going to let them play a little more physical here this afternoon. You saw that right there.
Last time these 2 teams will meet for the Circle City, because Heritage leaves the Circle City after this year. Talked to both coaches for Chatard, and they said, we just didn't play well in those 2. We played good defense one game, played good offense in the other. Park Tudor game, we put it all together, and we still won 1-0.
Yeah.
So I felt pretty good. And she came up and visited us, gave us the lineup, and gave us a little bit of skinny. So
yeah, there you go. And by the way, as you see a throw in here by the Trojans, want to keep an eye today, and we're going to really watch Kaya Crook, the forward senior there for Heritage. She is excellent, and of course they got a really good sophomore in number 9, Emma Gast, as that will be behind the goal. And on the other side, when you look at Olivia Burzai, the junior midfielder, she's off to a good start this year. And they have a freshman, Marcy Boyle.
She's unbelievable.
Very good. Number 16, a defenseman that we'll watch here today. And, of course, we mentioned Natalie Kernet a little bit ago for Heritage. And then for Bishop Chatard today, Maggie Ellis in goal as well, who has yet to be tested really so far here this afternoon. It's a warm day as well. Keep an eye on how that plays in today's contest. As there's your first shot, and that one hit the crossbar as well. And the ball will be saved from going in.
Oh, my goodness.
And then another attempt here on the near side. That was number 10, Kyra Cook. Kaya Cook almost made it a 1-0 contest.
Wow. Both goalies tested, man.
You're talking about near misses both ways. We got a foul call this time going against the Eagles.
Indianapolis temperatures last week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were in the 60s. Last night football was 82. It's 84. It will be 90 degrees before we start playing the guys' game. So, yeah, you might want to drink a lot of water today.
No doubt about it.
I noticed that you brought your 32 ounces.
I did, yeah. I'm always prepared. That's
good for
sure.
You.
Good ball into the attacking third here now for Bishop Chatard, and we got a foul call. Looks like a handball here on the near side is the call. And so we'll stay here with the Trojans. So we've seen now 2 balls. A lot of times, Coach, you don't see a crossbar strike in an entire match. We've had already 2 of them. Yep. It'll be a free kick at the spot of the hand. Ball that we saw a little bit ago here on Heritage. So far, 2 fouls on Heritage, 1 on Bishop Chatard, but we're under the 30-minute mark in this opening contest. We'll have this one and then the boys' game coming up. A full day of soccer when you consider the junior varsity has been playing and will be playing on the baseball diamond just across the way. Another nice ball, but this one just a little bit wide to the left.
Well, the athletic department has had a workout today. They started with football this morning at 9 o'clock, then had a CYO Jamboree football. Then you had a JV soccer game over there and another JV soccer game, 2 games here, and a couple things going in. Other than that, it's just a typical day.
Typical fall day for the sports program.
Yes, sir.
It? We'll have our first corner of the day. Ball loose out front, and then a nice save. Great job there by Maggie Ellis. Almost had our first goal of this one. By the way, on the other side, when you look at this Heritage Christian team, ended up beating Ron Colley 3-2 as the Trojans trying to make noise once again on offense, and then they turn around and get a clean sheet against Heritage Hills. Have a new player coming in for Bishop Chatard. It'll be Claudia Riggs, a junior midi. She'll play a little forward as well.
Adds a little bit more speed to them.
We will see if these two teams can get. They're both good defensively. I know you look at the earlier contest on the road for Bishop Chatard against Brownsburg, but still, when you think about the speed, these two teams have a lot to give, and I think it's going to probably offset each other as we go throughout the contest. From a depth standpoint, right now, Bishop Chatard a little bit deeper than what you'll see with Heritage Christian. We're going to see some of those JV players come over if need be, get an opportunity to play here today. Because of a warm day that it is, you want to keep your players as fresh as possible. Little shove from behind, and that should be a foul call, and it will be, as Heritage will pick up their 3rd foul already in this first half of play. By the way, Natalie Kernut, 4 saves in that win over Ron Colley. That gives you an idea right there that Heritage will not allow a whole lot of shots, but we have seen, at least early in this one, that Bishop Chatard has had an opportunity to get a few good strikes on the way as that deep kick will go past the goalkeeper, and it'll turn back things over to Heritage Christian.
Early start of the season. Officially started last Saturday. You were allowed to play last Saturday. So some teams have 3 or 4 games in. Some just have just 3.
Yeah.
But by the end of the fall, they'll have at least 12 to 14, and the tournament will be here before we know it.
You know, Trojans had a great year last year. They went 11-6-1. They went 4-1 in the Circle City. They only gave up 17 goals last year, and I think that's why we talk about that Brownsburg game a little bit, is that 6 goals is really not indicative of how good they are.
That's exactly right.
And Heritage, by the way, a year ago, when you look at what they were able to do, and we'll talk more about them as they have gotten off to a great start. But last year, a year in which they probably felt they could have done much better, but still, both these teams will be knocking at the door once we get into tournament play. And you know what? By the time we get to the tournament, we could be seeing all these players wearing a few more areas of clothing just from the standpoint they're going to get a little colder. It shows you how this sport changes more than anybody.
Yeah.
That and football.
What's interesting is the JV game just got over. Here comes a tent to cut more shade for the players.
Yeah. Well, now Heritage Christian an opportunity here in the attacking third. Can they now capitalize? But you see that defense again, Coach. You look how Bishop Chatard gets back very quickly with several defenders.
It's almost like a swarm. We get you so far, and then we're just going to treat you like a bee and just swarm you.
And that's hard when you think about if you have 3 or 4 players around you and you think, well, maybe somebody's open on the opposite wing. Well, you just can't get it to them. And that's what Bishop Chatard does really well, and that is to focus on defense and tying shoes.
Yeah, the goalie can't tie her shoe because she's got her gloves on, and those things are huge. Got a timeout here. The official is stopping the clock.
That might be a first for me, Coach. We've done a lot of soccer, but I've never seen a goalie have her shoes tied.
Well, the interesting to me, I've never seen an official ever stop the clock because they were doing that. I get paid by the game, man.
Yeah. You want to keep that clock running, don't you? Under 25 minutes.
We've been here 1 hour, and the guy that always gives me grief took only an hour to get me. And he asked, "Do you know what you're doing?"
Yeah.
Nope.
That's okay.
Heritage here on the near side. There is Kaya Crook. You know, Crook, by the way, is good. Once she gets into the open field and you see her footwork already and her passing ability, she's going to be a top-notch
She can
player.
also run like the wind.
How about this one? Inside, and the save made. Great job there by Maggie Ellis.
Tell you what, when the Chatard guy comes in and gives you grief, you know you're loved because he knows football season's coming as well.
That's right.
And I beat him here today. That's what he's upset about.
By the way, we'll be here next Friday night for football.
If the creek don't rise,
Yeah.
we'll be here.
Trojans got a nice win in their season opener last night as they moved up a class. Well, there were some upsets in football last night.
You know, my IndianaSRN football poll is really sad. My soccer is really bad because you didn't let me even do it.
No.
But my football poll took a big hit yesterday.
White.
We want you nowhere close to a soccer poll for sure. Turnover there by the Eagles in transition. Bishop Chatard lead pass, nobody there to accept it. And so a turnover there now for the Trojans. Still no scores. We come up on 23 minutes. Remind you, today's game being brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment, a leading equipment dealer. In fact, if not the leading equipment dealer, serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors in Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer except for Keith Myers. Give them a call, 317-849-0810. I think Keith hasn't gotten any popcorn yet.
Got a hot dog earlier today, but no popcorn.
It's coming, though.
We're here for 2 games. It's got to be.
Got to be.
I got to send you down in between games.
You know what happened the last time I did that? It took
You were
me-
almost too late to get to the second half.
I got in here just in time. That ball out of bounds on the near side. One thing that Heritage has not been able to do yet in a consistent manner is clear that ball past midfield, and that really comes down to, again, Bishop Chatard defensively just continues to play well.
Is there a big difference between 1A and 2A this early in the year?
Kind of depends on what program it is, but if you combine them, probably not. Those top teams in 1A can really compete with the top teams in 2A.
Give it up. Give it up.
That's because of the establishment of their programs for the most part. And now there's an example I made right there where Heritage looking to advance. They were looking for Crook here on the left wing, but then the advancement of the ball went a little bit too far. And so you basically saved by the ball going out of bounds here, but it was not the greatest of passes. Good look at Sophie Williams, a sophomore, on the throw-in, but nobody there to accept it, and now it'll be Crook. She went down, and there's a foul call. A little bit late on the whistle.
Late.
That'll be the second foul call, I do believe, on Bishop Chatard's. We'll have a kick from the spot of the foul. Only problem is that's not a really good angle to work with. By the way, starting today, Lauren Dolvin, Bella Snyder here for Heritage. You have Sophie Williams, a sophomore. They start a lot of very young players. Emma Gast, also a sophomore, with Kaya Crook, again, a senior.
Man, when you start that young kids, your program, what happens is you'll develop more and more kids involved because the younger kids will have an opportunity as a freshman. Man, I have an opportunity to play varsity.
Yeah, and you keep them in the program, like you said. You develop them, and they kind of know what to do once they get there.
This would be an interesting kick.
Well, there's only a 2-person wall there to go through, and you got to have a really good angle on that. It was a nice leg on that ball. Unfortunately, didn't get any curve on it. So back over once again to the Trojans. Couple of changes. We'll see Marcy Boyle. When you talk about freshmen that are going to make an impact, Marcy Boyle, I want to mention her real quick because she's only a freshman. You see Addie Fleming entering the lineup, and also Lauren Millard coming back in. That'll help them a little bit on defense. But I tell you what, Marcy Boyle is going to be an impact player on the season and for the next 4 years. And we've got a timeout, our first timeout, 20:05 to go, still no score.
to you. Standing with us. You are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
Back here at Bishop Chatard, want to remind you as always, these games are possible thanks to sponsors like Reynolds Farm Equipment, the leading equipment dealer since 1955. Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374, where they represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication in the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission, for over 125 years, which is only 1 year off Keith's birthday, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Berner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Northwestern Mutual, inspiring people to repeatedly take action on their financial goals. Indiana Labor's District Council, 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Labor's District Council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And IndianaSRN Sports Page. Follow the Sports Page daily with updated sports news coast to coast. Go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the Sports Page tab. Back here at Bishop Chatard. I had to get that little dig in there about,
125. At least I'm not 125 yet. I'm close.
Close. You were about to say?
We want to thank those key people because
Yes.
without those people, we don't have it. If you love what you see, click on that donation button so we can get a lot more of these games on the air.
By the way, that last timeout was, I believe, an official's timeout.
We call it a cooling timeout.
Yes, cooling timeout on a hot day like today.
I noticed that you didn't go down and offer water to anybody.
No, I won't. And by the way, let me ask you this, a nice slide, and you keep her coming out to make the save there. But do you give him a warming timeout during the cold months that'll be ahead?
Absolutely not.
Still no score here at Bishop Chatard. Great to have you with us for high school soccer. When we get a chance, we'll check out the preseason poll in all of the classes in boys and girls soccer, a sport that just continues to grow and grow here in the state of Indiana. And if I'm a college coach and you talk to him, just like our good friend at Marion University, that one clips the official in the circle.
Come on. He could at least jumped over the ball.
I think he was a little bit too late, wasn't he?
I like his boots.
Is he wearing boots?
He's wearing, that's what you call them, boots.
Boots.
Not shoes, they're boots.
In soccer, they're
boots.
Okay. Boy, opportunity right here for Crook. Crook, a chance, and the shot just a little bit off the mark. She had Maggie Ellis diving to her left, and unfortunately it was just off the mark.
Went up the elevator, too high.
Too high.
I like her play, though. Her stride is incredible.
Wait, I was going to say, because she's long and speedy.
Her dad will tell you she can run track pretty good.
I bet, yeah.
In fact, she's really good.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want. You're playing first on turf, Coach, and if you can get somebody on turf and the speed that Crook has, you're going to win a lot of matches.
I'd just like to know why all the umbrellas are out. It's not even raining yet.
It is weird, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So now Bishop Chatard back on offense once again. There's your double team. You like that from a Heritage Christian standpoint. You are not going to allow Marcy Boyle, who we talked about earlier, the freshman, only plays defense, can play just about everywhere, not giving her an unabated lane to make her way down the pitch. So Bishop Chatard will have a kick right at midfield. Boys game coming up after this one.
1-2-5. Good.
Good leg, but a good, better defense right there for Heritage Christian. Excellent job by number 25, Alana Jordan, a junior defenseman there for Heritage Christian. Mentioned the Eagles coming off that win over Heritage Hills. Emma Gast, we talked about her a lot, just a sophomore, had a couple of goals in that one. She has 3 already this year. She's one of the leaders in the state of Indiana in scoring in goals. And then, of course, Kaya Cook has a couple of goals to her credit as well. But I have to say, too, Coach, I think Heritage Christian, from a defensive standpoint, has to feel pretty good about where they are in their first 2 matches.
Well, you look at their schedule, and it's going to get a lot tougher than it is now. I mean, Chatard is a test for them, but I think we see them in a couple of weeks against Covenant Christian. I know we will see Covenant Christian girls team on Wednesday or Thursday this week at Beech Grove. So, you know, SRN is the place to go for soccer this year as well. Volleyball, we start volleyball. Well, we've already started volleyball.
Yeah.
Volleyball games in action tonight, this week. In fact, we're back here to Chatard. It's Chatard Garen Catholic.
Yeah. By the way, 5 football games coming up next Friday night. Can you staff all those? Or?
Yeah, Jerry's working too.
Good. Yeah, he's going to have to, isn't he?
Yeah.
Bishop Chatard able to get another turnover, but this time can't keep it in play, so a throw in on the near sideline.
Boy, they were looking for Crook, wasn't they? There he is.
Yep, that's who they want, and that's just it.
She just goes get it.
Yeah, and she's directing. She wants to recenter this one with the left foot. Great defense, and now the centering pass a little bit off the mark.
She did a great job of just telling her teammates where to go.
Yeah.
And then she was going to deliver.
Well, and the thing is, if you're going to keep up with her, you're going to have to sprint. And the problem is getting down there in time is hard to do.
I'll tell you what. She could give me a 30-yard lead.
She could give you a 50-yard lead.
No, I probably could. Well, if I had my scooter, no way.
Yeah, that's right. Under the 15-minute mark, we've had opportunities early in the scoring department. If you've just joined us, we've had shots off the crossbar twice, and we mentioned that a lot of times you don't see that happen in an entire match.
Right.
And we've seen it already twice, and both teams have had those early opportunities. But now Heritage after the throw-in, and Bishop Chatard, there's that defense again, Coach. They're swarming. They're able to get another turnover. Can the Trojans capitalize? Lead pass, near
she's
side.
beat her. She's got her.
Cunningham with a shot knocked away. Kernut able to get it, and the rebound shot no good as well.
Great follow through. Oh, the ball's still alive.
Natalie Kernut able to step in front of that there for the Eagles, and now they'll go back and transition the other way. So that was another really good look that time by Bishop Chatard. You know, one thing I've seen already from both keepers today, Ellis and Kernut, is that they're able to clear that ball, get it out of your zone, get it to midfield, and go the other way. And now here's Crook. But a tip from behind, and there's that defense again. Clear it.
Smart play.
Yep. Just give yourself a chance to reset your defense right here. Today's game brought to you in part by the Morales Group. They're in business to create a better future for you, your family, and for the community we share. We can match you with the right career or hire and the right candidate for your company. Give them a call at 317-472-7600. Spangler coming in. Avery Cullen coming in also for the Trojans. She wears number 3. Throw in near side here for the Eagles. You see there are 4 blue jerseys right around that throw in for the Trojans. Turnover. Lead pass. Somebody's going to have to hustle down on this one. It'll be Jordan there, but the keeper coming out as well. In Kernut. That is Alana Jordan once again there for the Eagles.
They just spread this out. Take their time.
And that probably, if you are a Heritage Christian right now, to avoid the Trojans getting so many players around the ball, you're going to have to spread it out.
Yep. There's a nice move.
Eagles, can they get it? Back to the inside, and there you see two defenders once again. And Avery Cullen just coming into the line at the sophomore, able to get that one knocked away. Well, I will be curious when we get, especially into the second half, how these players will now, because this is really the first hot day we've had.
And here's the other thing. The city tournament, which we're trying to work on to get, we did it a couple years ago, was outstanding reviews. We need some help with that. Hint, hint.
Yeah, sponsorship.
Sponsorship. Yeah. But if we get to the city tournament, that night is neat because we got the girls right at dusk and the guys at night. It should be the city's wide open. Providence Cristo Rey is a team that can make the noise in the boys set, and they're a very small school.
Yeah,
very good at soccer.
Yeah, in fact, I saw some film on them. In fact, our next game between Heritage and Bishop Chatard, they have a lot of long strikers. Don't be surprised if you don't see something from 20, 25 yards out. They will send the ball in.
They will light you up.
Yes. A couple of changes again there for the Trojans, getting a much-needed break there is Claudia Riggs, a midi, plays a little forward as well, the junior there for Bishop Chatard. Ball midfield circle. On the run. Good look at Lily Greaves, the midfielder, and a one-on-one. And we've got a whistle, and that's going to go against Heritage Christian. They got Sophie Williams.
Maybe too aggressive there?
A little bit of a shove. And I think sometimes that's always, we got a timeout as well, and I think at this stage you're going to give a little verbal warning here. Yeah, you got to remember one thing about soccer. You don't really say much to the official, right? This isn't like basketball where you can maybe get a couple of words in, but
what do we call this? A gentleman's game,
yes.
And you have to be a gentleman at all times?
That's right. So we got a free kick here at the spot of the foul. Just two there on the wall. Good curve on the ball to the inside, and Bishop Chatard had a player there. Unfortunately, she kind of overplayed it and could not get a look at it.
He called offsides, and he passed on the offsides.
Back the other way. Eagles from the middle in the scoring opportunity once again. With the left foot knocked down.
Come on, Emma.
And now there was a little bit of wondering, why was there a foul call right there on that side as you saw the player kind of looking back at the official, and that time for Heritage, that was Lauren Dolvin wanted the call. I don't think the official paid any attention either.
He moved on.
He did. He's like, man, I didn't see anything.
That's the sign that when you see side to side, play on.
Yep. You're not going to, and again, you're not going to win the argument.
No. And now he's telling her she's not going to win the argument.
So now you're talking about, now this is not good. If you are Heritage Christian, you've had two verbals. You're not going to get many more after that.
That's right.
Got to be a little bit careful of what you say now to the official.
You got to realize you got to play within your means, and you have to it's a hot day for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, I know right now you're probably hot and you're a little bothered about it, but everybody's a little hot.
Yeah.
So play on.
Several changes, including
Kaya
Crook coming back in.
Yes.
Back there, 25.
Yeah, they really want to try to get Crook involved in the offensive possession. We're only down to 8:44 here in the first half of play, and there is, again, that defense by Bishop Chatard.
Jordan on the field as well for Heritage.
Yeah, Jordan does a great job, by the way, as a defender. Now we've got a foul call. As you see Emma Gast going down, and Emma's going to have a penalty kick right here.
You think there's a little bit of bragging rights for this game here?
Yeah.
They're right down. They're what, 4 miles away from each other?
Yeah. You want to get a big win here if you can. Only a two-person wall, and ow, boy, that one taking a shot. And that was a very close-in attempt, and that shot's going to go wide as Gast unable to connect. But you very rarely see a player take a shot like that. But for Olivia Burzai, she got hit hard. I would be like, you know what, next time, Coach, you put somebody else on that wall.
Designated hitter.
You rarely see a player get hit on the wall.
No.
You just don't see it that often.
125. That's you. That's you.
You know what I would do next time once I see it coming? I'm
Move.
turning.
Yeah. Duncan.
Fouling there against Bishop Chatard. So the
Babalana.
Eagles once again.
7:20 to play in the first half.
You ready, White?
You're going to see a strong leg here by Jordan. See if she puts a nice one. That's a good ball right there into the attacking third once again. An opportunity now for Crook. Centering pass and the knockdown of that one. Wow.
Wow. 3 opportunities to this.
We're talking, Coach, just inches one way or the other, and I'm almost pretty sure I heard someone saying they were right. It was their own player kind of stepped in front of it. But any time that you see Crook going for a shot, I'm getting out of the way. Here's another chance for the Eagles. Centering ball once again, and good defense by Bishop Chatard, able to knock it away.
They playing the angles very well.
Well, the further that this match goes, your opportunities are probably going to drop a little bit, and we may not see a goal today. It could be a nil contest by the end of regulation.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
Eagles try to advance it again.
125.
Midfield once again in the circle. Here come the Trojans. Near side once again. Good look there at Anna Dixon, the senior. Dixon trying to center that ball, but there is Jordan once again to clear it. We'll have a throw in on the near side. Couple of changes again for Bishop Chatard. Cunningham has come back in, and Garrett Ratterman, a sophomore. We talked about the youth a little bit of this Bishop Chatard team, and they're going to play with another sophomore in this lineup with the last 5:35 to go. I think we've seen a little bit of everything today, from crossbar kicks to...
And we're just into our first game.
Yeah, we have not gotten very far, and see if the Trojans can take advantage here in the attacking third. There's another one knocked down on a hard shot. That's Dolvin. And then Dolvin takes it from behind by Burzai, and that'll be a foul call. And then the official is going to talk. We got another one. We're going to, I think, get the captains together here pretty soon, and they're probably going to say, all right, clean it up, or we're going to have to start taking the whole thing in our own hands.
The crazy thing is he blew the whistle into the player's
ear.
And that is not fun.
Free kick once again, and there are the Trojans able to intercept and return.
Pass off. Oh, she's way out.
It didn't appear anybody was going to be close, so you had...
Yeah, she's 30 yards out, though, Troy.
Yeah,
Come on.
That's instinct right there.
Okay.
She sees the field in front of her and says, you know what, I'm going to make this. And she's probably got enough speed to get back, in just in case it was a bad pass. Mackenzie Geese there at midfield.
Cross.
Have a chance now. Here's Cunningham. Cunningham, one-on-one shot knocked away. Good job by Kernet once again.
She has saved 3.
Way to go, Kernet!
Pretty good.
Here's the crazy. Junior, she's only 5'2". So, that's
small.
Yeah.
We're going to see Lily Grease come in. Also coming in, number 16, Marcy Boyle. And looks like 14 coming in, Adriana Everhart, just a freshman now for the Eagles. Corner kick, and a header will just go over the top of the crossbar.
The talent level that we have seen on the girls' side and the guys' side just 4 years ago to where they are now is extremely unbelievable.
Yeah, really is.
The talent, Indiana is talented in every sport, but soccer is one of those sports as well that has caught up.
Kind of reminds you a lot of what we've seen in lacrosse over the last few years. By the way, flag football is
now big.
Are we going to do flag football?
We will if we get a team that says, I want you to do flag football.
It's almost, in fact, it's very close to becoming a a sport that's going to get certified. Up a little bit lame on that one, by the way, is Jocelyn Marshall.
Especially with the smaller schools, the schools that are around that maybe, tackle is not with them right now. But you bet, if you got a flag football team out there, you want them on SRN, give us a yell. We'll do it.
By the way, today's game brought to you in part by Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience, a prestigious healthcare company. Passion to Care is driven by decades of expertise and a drive to go above and beyond. Give them a call at 317-537-1811. Every lead ball that you see pretty much by Bishop Chatard, they have got to find a way to get it past Alana Jordan, and they haven't been able to do that. Jordan, long, tall defenseman back there to stop most of those attacks.
And the cool thing is she's only a junior. She'll be back next year.
Always good vision. When your defensemen have good vision, they can get a piece of it just like that. And that's going to be a left-hand shot and a goal. Number 16, that's going to be Marcy Boyle at 131. Wow. Caught the defense a little bit out of position. They had Jordan back there, but then they weren't expecting the deep ball. And Boyle comes up big once again. She had a goal in the last contest in the win over Park Tudor. That was a 1-0 win, and Boyle does it again. Didn't we just talk about her earlier?
Yeah, her first goal, the second goal of the night, second goal of the season. Leads all scorers early with 2.
So there is a goal early. I would not really have expected that, Coach. I thought maybe from a Eagles standpoint, they were in good position. I don't think they were really expecting Boyle to take that shot.
Maybe that's why she got it in there.
It could be.
As we're under a minute to play in this first half.
Well, and think about it, too. Kernut has seen some tougher shots today.
Yes, she has.
I think it just really caught all of us a little bit off guard. Today's game also brought to you in part by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the seasoned professionals at Piper Logistics have consistently been the trusted allies for all of your inventory management, warehousing fulfillment, as well as transportation needs. We stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. For more information, give them a call at 317-396-1023.
Got time.
Only 30 remaining.
Plenty of time.
Let's go.
Good defense there coming from behind. You got to look at there at Burzeye. It's going to be tough now. That ball goes out of play. You're going to have to work quickly on this throw-in.
Now, if you're Chatard, you just take your time here.
Yeah, they're not going to get anything off here in 10. It's actually a throw-in here for the Eagles. I think the Trojans tried to maybe play him a little bit and to waste some time, but how about a late goal by Marcy Boyle at 1:31 of the first half. We'll come back in a few moments. The second half right around the corner right here on IndianaSRN.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
Equipment you can trust, one that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com. Get a Gator that will get you where you need to go. Something you can get in and go with plenty of space. Be ready to tackle any terrain, large or small. When you choose Reynolds, you choose reliability. A guaranteed great customer experience and relationship from the moment you walk in. Come in and see for yourself or visit reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with the blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there is just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family. Come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Back once again here at Bishop Chatard, 1-0 at the half. Trojans with the lead. High school soccer being brought to you today by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer and has been since 1955. Passion to care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374. They represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction as well as metal fabrication in the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 125 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Northwestern Mutual, inspiring people to repeatedly take action on their financial goals. Indiana Labor's District Council, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Labor's District Council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page daily with updated sports news coast to coast. Go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the sports page tab.
Marcy Boyle is the superstar today. She scored the goal with 1:31 left in the first half. Talked to her dad at halftime. He said, she's a little alien. I said, well, she's the leading scorer on the team. And he looked at me and goes, 2. I said, there you go.
That's all you need.
Coach Boyle coached basketball here for many years now. The dean of students. Good to visit with him at halftime.
By the way, we will switch sides, and now Bishop Chatard will attack right to left. They are in the blue, Heritage Christian in the white. Bishop Chatard looking for their second clean sheet in a row after knocking up Park Tudor 1-0 in their last contest. What I like to see about this Trojans team already is coming into this one, when you go to Brownsburg and you lose 6-2, and we know Brownsburg is pretty good, especially when they're at home. You come back, you play on the road at Mount Vernon, and the Mount Vernon Marauders are very good as well. So you've been tested twice by two good teams.
Well, that's what Coach was saying. She says, in a young season that we've had, this is game number 5 for them.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're playing well, though. I mean, today you kind of get an example of what they can do on defense.
Oh, yeah. Good break up.
This is when you're hoping that you get about a week off without a game and you can rest.
Guess what?
They
no,
don't.
That's not going to happen.
No.
They want to. Certainly, when you think about how quickly you have to get all of this in a fall season.
It's a short year.
Yeah, very short year.
Sprint.
Bishop Chatard almost had a chance to get perhaps a breakaway opportunity right there as we go near midfield.
Considering that girls basketball now starts in the season starts at the end of October, but basketball can start in September now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, got injury down on field.
Yeah, a player down there for the Trojans, and that's a long ball. We have seen example after example. I was watching Crook in the warm-ups, and she has got a heck of a strong leg. So you got to be careful. You're thinking if you're back there in goal, Maggie Ellis, and you think, there's no way she's going to take a shot from there. Guess what? She will. A lot of deep shooters in both of these lineups, but maybe nobody better than Crook so far. A senior, has been through the wars of high school soccer, club soccer as well for many years.
She's probably been playing soccer since she's been 5 years old. Mom and Dad used to go to the church that we attended, and I think she was 4 when we had our first outing, and she was on a little, kicking her little soccer at 4 years old.
Wow.
It's crazy when you walk up to her and say, hello, and she goes, hi, Mr. Myers.
Really?
How are you?
Wow.
Well, I'm old. You should be a senior.
Yeah, you don't. If you start thinking of that way, Coach, you aren't going to make it.
My.
Ball near midfield once again. Let's see if the Trojans can advance it. They cannot. Good defense again by Heritage. Everhart, just a freshman midi, playing well today for Heritage Christian. Boy, you get into the attacking third, and you think maybe you have an opportunity right there for Heritage Christian, and there's that defense again for the Trojans.
You know you're going to get a break here in about 16 minutes. Right now, though, you need to put some pressure.
Well, and if I am Bishop Chatard, I feel good enough about my defense that if I can get one more, I can probably seal this thing up.
Do you think 2 will win it?
I do.
Okay.
I thought earlier, remember I said I thought maybe one would
Yeah.
do it. But this has been kind of a crazy game already. As the Eagles in the attacking third once again, can they get something inside the circle? That's the key. Good look here at Crook, and she can't get a good look on that one because of that defense. Ball cleared midfield, nobody there in a blue uniform. That was a good ball there, though, by number 20, which was Millard. And now the Trojans.
Good.
And there's that defense of Jordan on the other side.
Yeah. She'll just step right in front and knock it down.
Well, her length is not going to help you. You're not going to get it over very often. So you got to find a way to maybe make a move around her, which isn't easy either. Everything we say, we think, well, this is pretty easy, but it's not. You know.
I'm warning right now that nothing is easy anymore when it comes to high school athletics.
No.
These kids are just the elites.
Well, they like, and you think about, is this long ball an opportunity, but nice job.
Nice job by the goalie.
Yep, cleared it out of there.
Natalie.
You think about how much they play in the offseason. We've got a whistle. Will we have a foul here? I believe we may, and we have a couple of players go down, including one there for Heritage, and that's going to stop the clock. They'll check her out. We'll take a timeout as well. 34-57, 1-0 Trojans.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
You want a piece of equipment you can trust, one that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Back here at Bishop Chatard, 1-0 your score. By the way, we got our first yellow moments ago. Olivia Burzai picked up the yellow. She is out of the lineup for the moment because of that yellow.
2 yellows and 2 yellows is a red. You don't want to lose her.
No.
Because then you lose her for the next game as well.
Boy, the keeper coming out once again. Seen both keepers do that.
Yeah, both keepers come out very aggressive. And this turf, it's 84 degrees. This turf is probably 100.
Yeah. Why don't you do this?
No.
Why don't you do a sideline report for us and tell us how hot it is?
The new track itself is warm. You can see that they put a new track in.
Yeah.
Haven't lined it yet. I guarantee you can fry an egg on that track.
Yeah, that black will hold that heat in. And you're wondering why they have umbrellas. Is that sun coming down on everybody? In the stands, it's reflecting all that heat too.
I'm figuring that out. New turf comes after football season.
Throw in there by the Trojans. Well, I tell you what, right now, Alana Jordan is probably defensively my MVP because she's everywhere back there.
Yep.
By the way, today's game brought to you in part by Dynamark. If you're looking to elevate your brand, choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, and promotional products, as well as apparel and mailing services. They're serving and have been serving Indianapolis for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. Once again, double team on the lead ball, and that'll go out of bounds on the near side. By the way, Dynamark, if you'd like more information, 317-328-2555. Long ball on this one, just a little bit off to the right.
Shot just wide. Okay.
Good effort once again by Marcy Boyle, was looking for her second goal. She's going to come out, get a break as Burzai is back in after the yellow. Also, Caitlin Snively coming in, the senior, now for Heritage. Goalie kick will put this one. They're going to leave it actually to one of the defensemen to put that in play. A lot of times you'll see the goalie would rather, on a free kick like that, let somebody else put it in play. Player goes down there for the Trojans. That was clean all the way through. The ball goes out of play, and they'll determine that it will stay here, or are they going to clear it to the goalie? They will.
The barbecue grill has just now started. You can smell the hamburgers.
I can. Are you going down to get some between games?
I think Nick is. I think he's going to take the elevator down.
Oh, good, good. I'm glad he's doing that. Free kick out of the third there, and that's knocked away and then returned out of bounds here on the near side. You know, I would rather see, if you're going to do that, that ball comes to you, let's knock it down, control it, go on offense. And I know sometimes players just get anxious to kick it.
I think a lot of that, too, though, if you kick it away this part of the game, you get a little bit more breathing time.
Yeah.
Because you got to go track the ball down.
By the way, we had felt a breeze up here, just to give you an idea. And again, since Keith will not sacrifice for the team and go down and find out how warm it is, we've had a breeze now and then. We're in the shade, and it's still very warm here. Think about being out there. We'll probably have another cooling timeout relatively soon.
We have just hit 90 degrees.
Boy, it only feels like 89. That's the thing.
Well, considering Monday it was 56.
Well, and in nighttime, some places, which was unusual, here come the
goal.
There you go. The turn. It's Kaya Crook to tie it up at 30-41.
You knew it. You saw her.
Wow. That was a long ball, too.
Yes, sir.
Well, we were talking about the weather, and the next thing you know,
Kaya, well, I'll show you how cool it is.
Exactly. Did a great job there of turning and scoring, and for Maggie Ellis, just not enough. That ball had enough curve on it from right to left to find the net for the first time, and we are tied at one apiece. So no clean sheet today for either of these keepers.
Nope.
We were just saying, though, a little bit ago, the adjustment to come back. The players have been practicing in relatively very nice weather over the last couple of weeks. And then you come back, you got to play today in temperatures hitting 90 degrees. You turn around, you're on the turf, which we said is going to be probably 10 to 15 degrees warmer. We have another player shaking up a little bit this time for the Eagles. See if we can pick up a number on that one. And we've had a couple of players come up a little bit limp. It looks like that's number 5 there, Claudia Riggs, the midi junior there for the Eagles. But your adjustment to come back and play in a hot day like today is not easy. Generally, we see 90s in August, Coach, and so they've been practicing in that kind of weather. So this has been a little bit of a change.
That's Bella Snyder is coming out. She's the injured player.
So Heritage bringing in Mila Spangler, a freshman. We saw her in a few minutes early as Bishop Chatard unable to clear it past midfield. Here come the Eagles. That is Gast, just a sophomore. Gast will take a little bit of
Still going to play it.
Yeah, they're going to delay this one. Centering ball, and it was Crook again, and another player down for the Trojans. I think the player may have taken a shot in the stomach area. Looked like that might be number 20, Millard. Might have the wind knocked out of her just a little bit, so the Trojans are going to stay fresh right here. They bring in Lily Grease, also coming in Avery Cullen, and looks like number 16, Marcy Boyle, has checked back in. By the way, Boyle now has, and I don't think I saw that, she has a little bit of a wrap around that left thigh.
They just put that on there.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I didn't think I saw it earlier.
It looks like maybe a hamstring.
You know, that generally get that hamstring when you stretch a little bit too far. If you didn't stretch properly before your match or so, you have a tendency to tighten up a little bit, and that might be what happened to her.
Well, I noticed that you stretched pretty well today before you got into the booth.
Yes, well, you and I were sprinters in high school,
Yeah.
so we know to do that.
Yeah.
Free kick, Eagles.
I never did the 100 meters without really preparing my body. You know how you can tell sprinters?
How?
This is serious. They're kind of bow-legged. That's how they run that fast. You didn't know that, did you?
Nope.
Watch me when I walk. You can tell I'm bow-legged.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you were quick. You were a great quarterback for Wyoming.
Yep.
I know that.
Go Cowboys. College football, by the way, starts today.
Week 0, I was
Week
told.
0, yeah.
I have no idea what that means, so okay.
Guess they're games that really aren't on the schedule, but they're going to play anyway. By the way, we'll follow this one up with the boys contest. Want to remind you that all of our games brought to you in part by Officially Human. Their mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the field and the court. Do your part. Practice good sportsmanship, because if we don't have officials, we don't play, we don't call the games, and the fans do not get a chance to watch. Right now, Heritage putting a little more pressure on this defense of Bishop Chatard. I'm kind of curious maybe what was said at halftime for the Eagles. Did they want to be more aggressive on offense?
I think both coaches might have had the same speech. You know, let's be more aggressive. Let's go get the ball. I mean, pretty impressive. Heritage has had the ball a lot more on this end this half.
Yeah, especially when you look at the first half. They had maybe 1 or 2 early possessions, including a shot that hit the crossbar. But now, again, you have a free kick. Want to place this one right in front of the goal if you can, but that one curved a little bit high, and now a right foot attempt there once again by Crook, but I don't think she got enough on that one. Angle probably wasn't really good from that left side. You know, one thing I've always noticed, and I don't see it as much in high school as I do in college soccer, is you will see the same suspects on the right and the left. It's got a foul. Because a lot of players are better on the kick from the right or the left, and they can get better curve on the ball. But in high school, you kind of place them wherever you can find an opening. We've got another whistle, and now the coach of Bishop Chatard is going to get an explanation here from the official on this. I think she's saying, wait a minute, we didn't see that call down here. Why didn't you call that one down here in the corner? Want to remind you that today's game brought to you in part by IndianaSRN Sports Page. Wall-to-wall sports news every day. High school, college, pro sports. We have it all. Check it out on IndianaSRN.org. Click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed with the Sports Page all season long. Got all the football scores today. Probably looked at some of those and said, wow, what is going on? It just had a couple of upsets. We've got a yellow on the coach of Bishop Chatard. Now, I don't see that very often either. Second yellow now on Bishop Chatard. Heritage will make a couple of changes. Jocelyn Marshall will come in. Also, Lauren Dolvin will check into the lineup. All right, what do you think about that?
Well, I find it very interesting, and the coach didn't grab her chair and sat down because right now she knows that she can't say anything else.
Coach Balch?
I don't know how much you can say before it's there. I know that soccer has always had a bad rap that they complain a little bit too much, and I think the officials trying to nip that in the bud too a little bit. But I don't, she's just asking a question, walks away, comes back. We need the officials, but sometimes officials need to listen, and maybe she's not yelling and screaming at him, just asking for an explanation.
And hopefully she didn't use a magical word.
I don't think that would be the case.
I don't think
not
so.
at Bishop Chatard.
But sometimes you maybe go a little bit too far. Heritage chance to take the lead, and a great strike. I tell you what, after that kick right there, you saw Allie, or take that back, number 2, Dolphin, who just came into the lineup. She's limping a little bit.
But you can also think, or I know I have done this, get a technical foul to fire up my team to make them play better. That tends to happen as well.
Well, I think you're right. I think that might be the biggest case of all, because when you talked about possessions and so, Heritage has kind of dominated this second half. Looking for help right there was Anna Dixon.
Oh, nice.
Oh, boy. The knockdown right there. That's a great play defensively, trying to pick up the number.
That's Boyle.
It was actually Snively who took that shot.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, Snively took one for the team right there. But again, Bishop Chatard unable to do anything on offense. Crook was the intended recipient of that pass that now will be knocked out of bounds. Back over now to the Trojans.
Substitution for the Trojans.
So,
3, Avery
Coach Balch, though she does have, 4 assistants down there?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 5. So she's got plenty of voices that she can go through. But just, by the way, coming out of the lineup, that'll be Eileen Forsey is checked out, a defenseman there for Bishop Chatard. So now that's a hard thing for coaches to do now when you're used to standing up, giving directions. Now you got to sit down. It doesn't work very well sometimes.
Did not do that very well. In fact,
were you an active coach?
Oh, yes, sir.
See, that's why it's easy for you now to get up and down the stairs the way you do, because you're always used to moving. You said you're up and down the stairs 17 times by the time I got here.
Actually, I had 7 flights of steps by the time you got here.
There you go.
Nick made me climb them. He was timing me one time.
Was he?
With the heavy equipment, yeah.
Eagles trying to get into the attacking third, long ball, and it will go out of play smartly. Letting that one go out of play is Maggie Ellis. And so the Trojans, they're trying to keep as many fresh bodies in as you'll see Addie Fleming come in. Also coming in, we got a pair of 15s here, Anaya Riggle. And also returning now for Bishop Chatard is Claudia Riggs. And a much-needed break right now for Kaya Crook.
This is when you fill up on a little bit of water and get in the shade.
Yeah, you better do it quickly, because I have a feeling you're going to be back in very, very fast. The Eagles continue to put the pressure on here. They played in this half a lot here in period number 2, and a long ball will go deep into the corner and out of play. And on a day like today, getting those fluids and trying to keep loose, getting ready to come back and play some maybe major minutes here in the last 22. Who's going to crack first? That's going to be the key, because then you think about the pressure put back on the offensive side to try to get that tying goal is not easy. Midfield and nearly losing it was Snyder. In fact, I thought at that stage she planted that foot, ended up losing her footing for just a moment. We go back and forth midfield. Boys game coming up after this one, about 3:30 here this afternoon, here on IndianaSRN. These teams very even coming in. We've mentioned both teams ranked in the preseason polls. Bishop Chatard, number 6 in the 2A ranks. It may drop a little bit because of those early losses to Brownsburg and Mount Vernon. There's a long ball off the right leg, and coming up short
you know,
there for the Trojans.
You look at both of these teams that are also in the City Alliance, and so you know, this is not only for a conference position, this is also for a position for the City Alliance.
Yeah.
So both of those positions are very key, because all know you want that first round bye when you play in the city.
No doubt about it. By the way, Burzai was the player on the long shot. It went wide. Burzai's been in and out of the lineup a little bit here, just trying to keep her fresh, keep her in the lineup. A Mitty junior that's got a lot of experience over the last few years. One of the key players there for the Trojans. But see, they're unable to clear it again past midfield, and that's been a key. I think you've seen the opposite happen now, where Heritage Christian's defense just continues to push Bishop Chatard back. We have a timeout at 20:10. It'll be a cooling timeout right here. Tied at 1. IndianaSRN.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Today's game brought to you in part by Indiana Labor's District Council, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Labor's District Council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And also, right here on IndianaSRN, if you'd like to help us put more student athletes on TV by logging on to IndianaSRN.org, go to the ad directing your donation to a specific school or hit the donate button. Love to have you on board. More games, more opportunities for our student athletes. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Hope that you're enjoying the game tonight. Hope you're in a nice, cool air conditioner, that you got your Coke in one hand, your popcorn in the other hand. Best way to watch the game is watching it at home.
Later I will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you'll watch it on the big screen,
yeah.
Right?
Go back and watch and see how you did.
My wife will ask me what we're going to do on date night, and I'll say, well, we're going to watch a doubleheader soccer game. And she's
like, well, what a joy.
She's going to say, didn't you just do one? Yes, you get to watch it tonight. and this is no kidding, folks. We go back and watch our stuff to see if we can improve, and because it's all about these kids and making sure these kids get the exposure that they deserve.
No doubt about it. By the way, Eileen Forsey has come in, a senior defenseman now for Bishop Chatard. Each team continues to make the changes, just trying to keep everybody fresh, get that leading goal if they can. And here's another change as Marcy Boyle. Boyle's like, wait a minute, I just came out and you're putting me back in already.
Come on, coach.
Give me a little bit of a break here. Addie Fleming will come out.
The Eagles, boys Eagles, have just arrived.
That ought to be a good contest, too.
It should be brutal. They will be physical.
Well, you know, when we talk about this, Coach, and when you talk about lacrosse and you talk about basketball and you talk about some of these sports, a lot of these kids play on the same club team, or they have seen each other in club ball so much.
Yeah. They know the gum you chew.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how you know you're playing good defense. Nice ball.
Dentine's my best.
I know it is.
Is it in Hoosiers when he says, okay, Chef, what kind of gum did he have?
That's
Dentine,
right.
Coach.
That's right. Great movie. 1986, I believe, is when that came out.
I was in that movie.
Were you?
Yes, sir.
Which one were you?
I was no. I was at St. Philip Nera when they filmed the Hickory game.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I was a CYO official back in the day.
No kidding.
Yeah, they had us come and do that.
That's fantastic.
I didn't make the cut. I think my part's on the floor.
Ball loose. Chance here for Bishop Chatard with the right foot. Knocked down. Great play there by Kernot. And able to clear it out. Good job again by Elena Jordan to save perhaps another opportunity.
Did you see where Jordan came from, though, Troy? She came from the opposite side, saw the block, and hustled all the way back over. It was the second one to touch the ball, but outstanding goalie. Saves the ball and then pops right back up.
Kernot, not a big goalie either. And as you said earlier, only about 5'2", but able to stretch out completely. Well, Kaya Crook's going to come right back in the lineup. This did not, we mentioned, that's not going to last very long. You're going to get a drink and get back in.
6 minutes she was off the field.
Seems like it was much shorter than that. She's probably thinking that too. Heritage, midfield. Good look at Dolvin. Looking back to the near side, and again, she's looking for Crook. Ball knocked out of bounds. Good play there by Avery Cullen.
Great play because she knew she was right behind her.
Yeah, you have Crook step up behind you, maybe get a steal, take it back to the inside, and would have had a free look at Maggie Ellis. That's what you're taught to do, is just clear it. If you're not sure, just clear it out of bounds. We'll set our defense from there. Crook.
Oh, nice.
Left foot pass inside and saving it. Nope, could not save it from going out of bounds. Back over to Bishop Chatard. Another change here for the Trojans. Allie Cunningham, just a sophomore, checking in.
Now is when cramping starts a little bit. Muscles start hurting a little bit.
And that's just in the booth.
Good point.
Yeah.
17 minutes. You got to go hard here.
Yeah, I think if either one of these two teams, you really going to have to step it up on offense. You want to get some decent looks if you can. As now the Trojans working near side. That's going to be Reese Sohaki.
Good, Bella. Good, Bella.
Reese double teamed and knocked out of bounds. I like that from a standpoint with Heritage. Let's knock that thing out of bounds. They're going to see actually that Sohaki is the last one to touch it, so that's a break there for Heritage.
Oh, collision.
That's going to go against Ratterman. You would think. I really believe there should have been a foul there. I know it's probably a pretty good tackle on that slide there, but I thought Crook got undercut a little bit too much. She's kind of wondering why there wasn't a foul call there. She's a little slow getting up as well. Snyder on the inbound, or I should say the throw-in. Chatard able to get the takeaway.
Oh, nice.
Turnover. Here's Crook. Good
Just
defense.
Can't get it done, right?
Well, yeah, it's hard when Millard comes over and stops you.
Also hurts that the out-of-bounds mark is another defender for you.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about this soccer field is you see there's not a whole lot of room on the out-of-bounds.
Nope.
So you don't have a ton of room to maneuver like you may in a regular soccer complex. And so everything on the sideline becomes a little more accentuated, and you really got to balance yourself just to keep it in play. Back on defense again is Jordan. Jordan will always give an opportunity once again to get back on offense. Here come the Eagles. Can they place it middle? They've got two players here on the near side, and we've got another foul call against Bishop Chatard, so free kick. And if you're Heritage on this one, Coach, I know it's going to be a deep shot here, but you are straight away.
Yeah.
Because now you're leaving your goalie to wonder which way she's going to go.
And the first time they had the kick about here, she went dead center and hit the post.
That's right. That was way early in this one. Now watch Maggie Ellis. Now she's shaded a little bit to her right. Now instead of Bishop Chatard going with a two-person wall, it's three.
They went to three.
Now this is going to be about 35 yards. And just to the right.
It was there.
to be a Trojan goal kick.
That was number 9, Emma Gast, the sophomore, who we talked in the pregame.
We have a little bit of wind. Could that have affected that?
It is up here, but I don't think it is down there. When you look at the flags and where the corners are, there's nothing, hardly any wind at all.
Wow.
But I think it was the right idea. She was going upper right corner because the keeper, Ellis, was shaded a little bit to her right, which would have been to the left. And now you see Bishop Chatard at midfield. They have not played in the attacking third very much. Here's Dixon. Dixon, will she look to center? Left foot off the crossbar. And the goalie comes out and got knocked to the turf, and it's going to go over to Heritage Christian. Now, when the goalie comes out like that, she's fair game.
How many times have we seen the ball hit the post? At least 4 today.
Yeah, it's been tough. Tough day.
She is playing unconscious. Jeez.
Now, Kernet, again, she came out beyond the box.
And you can do that.
And once you do that.
But you're free.
Yep. You become just like any other player. And that might have been in fact, the best opportunity that Bishop Chatard is going to have here in the second half. Wow. You know, one thing about it is when she came out beyond the box, Coach, she went down and then she just it was an inadvertent hit that she took. It wasn't anything malicious. But, boy, she opened things up right there for Bishop Chatard. And we got a little bit of a push. That's going to be a foul call. That'll go against Adriana Everhart.
Go down to 12.
I always talk about in soccer, you think if you get to the 10-minute mark, how many full possessions do you have remaining? I'm not talking about full field possessions, and sometimes it's not much. Ball deep in the corner will eventually go out of play.
Also, you see the change of the gears, too. I mean, if you're ahead, you see that team that's ahead shift that thing down to about second gear and move pretty slow. And if you're behind, you want to put that in hybrid drive.
Well, here's the other thing about it, Coach, is that you put in a lot of minutes already. You're down to almost 50 minutes of play, 70 minutes of play coming up, and you've run this whole contest. It's a hot day. Your energy level can't be real high right now.
And
nobody there.
And don't believe they're 15, 16, 17. They are taking some, I mean, you and I couldn't stand 40 minutes. Well, you maybe because you're in a lot better shape, but there's no way I could stay even 40 minutes out there.
No, I wouldn't. If I was the goalie, I don't have to run this much. A throw in now for the Trojans.
Well, let's see. Can we change the rule and you can have a cooler and a lawn chair and a fan out by the goalie? I'm ready to go.
Got a whistle, and that's going to go against Bishop Chatard. Got a foul call. I think that went against number 20, which is Lauren Millard. Millard's not happy about that call.
Hey, we want to wish and thank the athletic director, Stephanie Gilbert, and also Kyle Rye for letting us do what we're doing, especially the Chatard's athletic department. Been here since 7:30 this morning. Got one more game ahead of us, but fantastic facility. Love coming to Chatard. When you everybody gives you a hard time here, which is a good time. That means they like what we do as well.
Well, if you think that, again, what we see today, which is top-notch, try doing a football game on a Friday night. It's
place is packed.
Yep. You have that big tailgate party going on behind us. It's about as good as you're going to get in high school football. Chance here for Fleming.
Nice again.
Yep. Thanks to Jordan.
How many times has she done that today?
Too many. If you're Bishop Chatard, she's done it too many times. So you got to find a way to locate her, and you got to go opposite if you can.
Now, fans listening at home and watching at home, if this goes to 0, there is no overtime in regular season, correct?
From what I understand, unless something changed since last year. Yeah, you get the tie and maybe get some points on there, and that's about it. If you get points that will count toward the City Alliance tournament.
Here we go, White.
So a throw in here by Heritage. Coming up on 9 minutes. thanks to the goal scored by Kaya Crook at the 30-41 mark, tying this contest. A foul call here. You can hear the Trojan fans yelling their displeasure of not getting the call immediately, but the official did make that call, so a free kick now by Bishop Chatard. Bishop Chatard trying to pick up their second win of the year. Heritage Christian trying to stay undefeated. They beat Ron Colley. Beat that ball club 3-2. The Royals giving them everything they wanted. Emma Gast had 2 goals in that contest. Kernet ended up with 4 saves.
I mean, she's had a couple today.
She has.
She's going to get another one.
Boy, careful of this one. Trojans.
Out front.
Boy, just not enough on the kick there. Left leg by Cunningham.
Win it.
Short kick. It was intended for Crook, but way short, but somehow they came up with it.
Look at that.
Header there by Ratterman.
Oh, missed. Stay under control. Nice.
How about that box out by Jocelyn Marshall?
You think she doesn't play basketball for the Heritage Christian Eagles? Mom coached that ball club. Got a timeout. We got another discussion.
Might have. I'm not sure. I won't even speculate on what this one will be. But isn't that the athletic director? There must be a fan up here.
He didn't point to the press box. That's not us.
Well, we've got, I think, a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. 7:41, second half. We're tied at 1.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Burtner Electric Incorporated is fully licensed and bonded electrical contractor for your protection. Our electricians are available 24/7 for service calls and specialize in electrical service and storm damage repair. For more information, give us a call today.
Get a gator that will get you where you need to go. Something you can get in and go with plenty of space. Be ready to tackle any terrain, large or small. When you choose Reynolds, you choose reliability. A guaranteed great customer experience and relationship from the moment you walk in. Come in and see for yourself or visit reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Back once again here at Bishop Chatard. Today's game brought to you in part by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry is your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. Give him a call at 317-894-7000. Following that brief timeout, I believe the official was warning a fan in the stands for maybe some excessive chatter, so they stopped the game and had a talk with that fan. By the way, we also want to thank Aspen Creek Grill. We were there the other night for our football show, and Keith ate all the food.
Powwow shrimp.
Delicious.
It was delicious.
Oh, man, no doubt about it. Amazing fresh food. The servers are second to none. You've got to try Aspen Creek Grill. If you're looking for that amazing fresh food and those servers who really take care of you, Aspen Creek Grill, one of our proud sponsors in IndianaSRN.
Mike Bennett, if I know Mike Bennett, he's probably watching this game because he knows both of these schools.
Eating powwow shrimp.
Probably so.
So a free kick right here by Heritage. Long ball wide right. That's 2 in a row they've had wide right.
Fortunately for us, you cannot hear our director in our ears, but he said that I would eat all the food.
You couldn't the other night because you hosted the whole show.
I know. I couldn't. I ate afterwards. My steak was delicious, by the way.
Was it good?
Yes, sir.
Who,
yes.
Who, by the way, paid for that steak?
We want to thank our sponsor, Aspen Creek Grill.
Bishop Chatard tried to clear that one out of their own zone, and now we got a foul against the Eagles, I do believe.
Against the Eagles. Free kick. Trojans.
See who they called that on. I think that was number 15 there for Heritage Christian. Yeah, that's Ava Riggle. Boy, clock is getting now to crunch time. 10 minutes is crunch. This is double crunch time because you really going to have to hustle. If you try to go, let's say, the 100 yards on this pitch, it's going to take you.
Well, you got 110 yards on the pitch.
But let's say you just go from the goal line to the goal line.
All right.
How long does it generally take you? At least 15, 20 seconds just to get in position. So then you set something up. You're well over a minute, and all of a sudden that clock's down to 3:40.
Yep.
So it's not easy to do.
Header. They both missed it.
So now the Trojans trying to put it in position, but you got to get it away from that side. That's, again, Jordan.
Yeah. She's like a Kirby vacuum. She'll just suck it up and kick it out of the way.
Midfield.
Midway.
All right, here we go, and they cannot get it past. Guess who again?
I know. She's done an outstanding job.
If I'm Bishop Chatard, I call a timeout and say, listen, we've got to look up, go opposite of her if we can. Because they just can't get it past.
That's their strength right there.
Yeah. See, now you're playing that side of the field. Can you get it back to the near side? That's the key.
Back, protect.
Into the attacking third. Lead pass. Guess who again?
Look at the foot.
Jordan disrupting the flow. Now, just as I said, there's a minute gone for Bishop Chatard, and they have not gotten it in a scoring position yet. Near side, Dixon.
Good ball.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, is not Coach Bulch up off the... She can stand up in the second. Oh, now she's sitting down.
She's back down.
The official wasn't looking at the time. Going to sneak a little stand-up now and then. 3:22 to go. Trojans just have not had those same opportunities. I think what we saw in the first half has kind of shifted now to Heritage Christian really kind of putting the tone to this one in the second half. Trojans just not have had the looks they wanted. Here we go. Here's an opportunity. Left foot off of the crossbar again.
Okay, if we were kicking field goals, that would have been good.
Oh.
That went right through the uprights.
Wow.
My goodness.
Marcy Boyle almost picked up number 2 of the day.
And that is with a sore hamstring.
Wow. That may have sealed it right there if you get that one. It was certainly just inches away from making it a 2-1 contest. Maybe really from that standpoint the best look that Bishop Chatard has had in the second half. There again is Jordan. And once again a turnover.
She's asking for the ball.
I would say Coach Bulch is probably thinking, girls, we've got to get it to the opposite side. Make sure Jordan is not in the picture. There's a push from behind, but no whistle, and the Trojan coaches wanting a foul call.
Crick is asking for the ball. Is really asking for the ball.
Here come the Eagles once again. There's the double team. Today's game brought to you in part by Clean Slate. Find your future in the cloud. We've got a foul call against Bishop Chatard. They're a technology consulting firm specializing in custom-built modern applications and products that deliver great agility, faster speed to innovation, and the resiliency to handle whatever future will throw your way. Give them a call. It's Clean Slate at 866-885-3249. Now you see the official talking with number 12, Burzai, who they talked to her earlier in the game. Coming back in for Heritage will be Lauren Dolvin. And we've got a free kick beyond the 35. It's going to be long, deep, and out of play. Also want to thank Wheeler Mission for over 125 years. Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, and healing to people in need. Call them for more information at 317-686-6239. You see Claudia Riggs coming back in. Out of the lineup will be Burzai. She's going to get a much-needed break. 60 seconds to go, Coach.
Contest, ladies. 1 minute.
And now you don't want to do anything to cause your team any problem.
Yeah, don't mess up here and give up a silly goal, right? Heritage in the attacking third, but cleared away once again. Bishop Chatard's defense continuing to be strong here in the second half, as was Heritage Christian.
Down to 30.
Got to get a throw in and try to get something behind the defense, and so far that has not been the case. 20's not going to be enough, coaches.
Nope.
You just don't have enough time.
We're going to tie this one.
Ball midfield. Heritage, if they could get something right there, perhaps.
My time.
They were looking near side Dixon. Good look here at Crook. Crook's last opportunity may be right here. Ball intercepted, and the regulation, it's over.
That's the end of regulation, folks.
Wow, what a contest here today, Coach. We talked about it in the first half. We saw a little bit of everything, didn't we?
We did. We saw good goalkeeping. We saw balls hitting crossbars, side of crossbars, over the field goal. It was fun. It was, for our first telecast of the year, a lot of fun. I can't wait to do 5 or 6 more of these games. These two teams I think we're going to see in the City Alliance tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun watching that.
Certainly will. By the way, Marcy Boyle got the scoring going at 1:31 of the first half for Bishop Chatard, but then it was the big goal by Kaya Crook at 30-41 in the second half that tied this one. The equalizer it was. But you're going to see both these teams continue to improve throughout the year, and they're both going to be tough as we go down the stretch. Wow. So we want to remind everybody that today's game brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer and has been since 1955. Passion to care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374. They represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction as well as metal fabrication in the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 125 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Burtner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Northwestern Mutual, inspiring people to repeatedly take action on their financial goals. Indiana Laborers District Council, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Laborers District Council and affiliated local unions to build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page daily with updated sports news coast to coast. Go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the sports page tab. We've got overtime coming up. It's 7 minutes. We'll come back with the overtime next here on IndianaSRN.
And then we've got
to you. Standing with us. You are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
Well, we're back here at Bishop Chatard to let everybody know the rule has now changed and apparently something new for us. If they'll go 7, and then they'll go 7, and then it'll be penalty kicks after that.
Because it's a conference game, that's why if this was a non-conference game, you end as a tie. Right. Because it's a conference game, they don't want teams to have ties to see who wins the conferences. I understand. But 2 7 minutes, now the pressure is really on the goalkeepers.
Yeah, I honestly believe it's on everybody because now you kind of feel a little bit rushed. You don't want to get into a penalty kick situation where then it's really up to your goalie to kind of save your game for you. So You really want to get your pressure going early on offense. Try to get that. If you can get that goal, it's over. You don't have to worry about it anymore. But to do that is awful difficult to do in a situation like this.
Well, the thing is, if you score a goal, because you play 2 sevens, you have to play those 2 sevens, correct?
I'm understanding, yes.
That's correct.
But I want to get that goal early.
I got you.
I don't want to go to that penalty kick at all.
So if I'm a coach, I know we play 11 on 11, correct?
11 on 11, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Could I put my 13th and 14th player on the field to maybe get the advantage to it?
You know, when I become emperor, and I've mentioned this to you
Here
before.
we go again.
If I get a chance, I say every minute a player's got to come out.
Oh.
And then pretty soon you're down to the goalies going
And the
against
game's
each
over.
other. Yeah, they got it. One of the
You
goalie
just tied.
one-on-one.
And then they soared?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. You and Casey Pierce. Boy, there's a name from the past.
No kidding. That's about 5 years ago for me.
Hey, by the way, this is Troy's 40th year in the booth. And we want to congratulate you. We're going to do it every game, but what a great season and what a great career you have had. And I'm glad you have another 10 years with IndianaSRN.
Thank you. Yeah. By that time, I'll get in the top 10.
Yeah, there you go.
Can't wait to do that.
I know that you signed that new contract.
I did. First 7 minutes. Bishop Chatard. Let's go back again.
Who's the pressure on here, Troy?
I think Bishop Chatard, because I don't think that from a standpoint, just to be honest with you, I thought maybe they weren't as aggressive as they were in the first half. They didn't have as many looks. And I could be wrong about that, but I thought they didn't have as many looks as they did in the first half. I thought Heritage Christian kind of put the pressure on them a little bit more in that second half. So if I'm the Trojans, I'm at home. Conference game, I really want to try as hard as I can now to really have as many chances to score. But they had a lot of turnovers in that second half. Could have been a foul call right there on Lily Grease, the senior. You saw Dolvin hit the turf.
If you're looking for the boys' game, because it's at 3:23 Eastern, that game is going to be delayed a little bit. That game probably won't start until about 4:15.
Yeah. And we don't mind, at least I don't mind that, because that's overtime pay for Nick and myself, and we get time and a half.
Well, the sun will finally go down tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Nick, by the way, is our producer today. He gets more than time and a half. He gets 3 times his normal salary on an overtime.
He drove all the
game.
way up from Evansville today.
Yeah, that's right. He was in Evansville last night, weren't you?
He sure was.
Yeah, but he stayed in a luxury hotel and everything, right?
I think it was the Dewdrop Inn.
Dewdrop Inn?
Yeah.
Wow. Caviar at the hotel in Evansville. White wine, too? What kind of budget do we have for those guys?
He must have done very well, because that's not on my expense report.
When you get it, you're going to find out
I guess
soon.
I will.
Heritage trying to make the advancement ball will be cleared.
I had a hard time expensing 2 Giacomo's pizzas last night.
We are in our first overtime here in this girls' contest, so the boys will have to wait a little bit longer.
Fans, I hope you're having a good time that we are, because I tell you what, it's about the game, but it's about having a good time and watching great sports.
No doubt about it, and we've got a lot of it coming up. This is our first full week, as you see a change here. Heritage bringing in Caitlin Snively, but our first week, we had 4 football games last night. We did volleyball, a couple of volleyball games earlier this week, so we've covered just about every sport so far. And then next week, we have more volleyball, we have more football.
And more soccer.
And more soccer. If you would like to be a part of it, you can go to IndianaSRN.org. We'd love to have you as a sponsor, and you can also make a contribution. Our feeling is this, and I think you would agree, that for me and a lot of others, professional sports has kind of gotten out of hand. College sports is kind of getting that way, especially at the Division I level, where you have now NILs and all that, where high school sports still is about as pure as you're going to get.
Yep. And it's about the kids, and that's why we put them on the air.
That's right. You know, one other way to look at it, too, when you and I were kids, as we have a battle at midfield for possession, when you and I were kids, the newspaper, the local newspaper, always covered things, so you had a chance to even put together a scrapbook Well, newspapers don't do that anymore.
Nope.
So this might be the one and only opportunity in 30 years. You get the replay of this, you can come back and watch it.
Show your grandchildren.
Oh, that's
a big hit.
Boy. One thing for sure, if I am Allie Cunningham, I got up with a headache. Her head snapped back and hit that turf. Here come the Eagles once again as Crook drawing a crowd outside the attacking third and trying to clear it once again. There's Jocelyn Marshall there for Heritage. And now the Trojans. Can they get it ahead? No. The attack thwarted right there.
Oh, another collision. Man.
A couple players going down there for the Trojans, huh?
Well, after, 2 40-minute halves, and now you're playing your overtime, you're getting beat up pretty well here.
Well, what's 85 minutes, if you're running up and down the field, right? Got a stoppage of play right here, and
he's asking for a sub.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I think they're trying to get Burzai out. I don't know why Burzai's got to leave. She's kind of looking at the official like, what's going on here?
Claudia Riggs.
So Riggs is in. Burzai is out. Addie Fleming heading out as well.
Now, that could be precaution from the official because he saw the contact. So now the trainers will go right to that tent to check her out. And now we have another discussion with the official.
Yeah, Trojans getting some kind of an explanation. We will, I think, one day can we mic up the officials and coaches? I think it ought to be like what they do in the NBA where they got to come over and say something in the microphone.
Well, I think that is coming to the game. I know that has come to the college game.
Yeah.
And what usually happens when it comes to Division III, then it goes to 2, then it goes to NAIA. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And in Division III, then who knows? I mean, we got 3 officials. It took a long time to get 3 officials in high school basketball.
That's true.
So, still only have 5 officials for football. And the way the ball is being thrown around the field, we need 6.
Yeah.
But we need officials.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Trojans, number 12, Olivia Burzai.
Burzai back in.
Go 2-5, talk back there.
It didn't last long. Other side, Mackenzie Jones, a senior defenseman, back in as well. 90 seconds remaining, nothing decided yet. It looks like another 7 is coming up. Usually only time I work overtime is volleyball. That's a 5-setter. But this time, Coach, I've only had 3s, so my streak is broken.
I'm just very happy that I'm with you this afternoon.
1:10 to go. Boy, Nick just took a shot at me. I thought we were friends.
I didn't hear him at all.
Heritage trying to get it back into the attacking position once again, but so far unable to do so. Either team had the one shot earlier, and that's been about it. Centering ball. Will she go back to the outside? That one popped high in the air and able to bring it down.
Guess who was there for the rebound, the putback?
Yeah, Kernet was one of those. In fact, Kernet's played well. Both goalies have played well. Maggie Ellis on the other side. Under 30 to go. Burzai goes down. There was contact both ways. They let him play on. I know Burzai wasn't happy with that one either. How about that shot from behind, huh?
Wow.
Claudia Riggs says, I'm going to get my money's worth.
Free kick, Eagles.
That was a hip check.
Well, we got a player that's a bloody elbow, too.
4, 3, 2.
And wait a minute, they stop it with 1. By the way, the player hurt there for Heritage was Dolvin. She went down on the turf, cut her elbow, and was trying to get to the sidelines quickly to get it taken care of as Spangler comes in. Now, tell me that turf doesn't burn a little bit when you get knocked down.
I'm telling you right now.
Well, Jordan, if she can hit this run from the 44-yard line. That'd be great, but that's going to run it down. First overtime in the books. Nothing decided yet. Tied at 1.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
Back once again, Bishop Chatard, a hot day today. We're in the second overtime, 7 minutes. We saw quickly that first 7 minutes went.
We see more tents coming for more cooling.
Yeah, I've never seen so many tents in one place, other than cross country.
Yes, sir.
Bishop Chatard, Heritage Christian, as we kind of expected, low-scoring affair. Heritage Christian trying to get a big road conference win, but the lead pass again off the mark. Intended on that far side for Olivia Berzar. Take that back. Looks like it might have been Mackenzie Jones. Near side once again to Crook. Centering ball and a collision. That ball goes out of play. It'll go over now to Bishop Chatard. Had a goal by Marcy Boyle, which seems like an eternity ago. That was back at 1:31 in the first half. Bishop Chatard had the lead, but then it was Kaya Crook, the senior, at 30-41 with the first goal there for Heritage Christian, and that's where we're at right now. Have a corner. We haven't seen a corner in a while. Crook high in the air. The header wide to the left. That was close. That was a great ball. Jordan was coming from the left and nearly made it a 2-1 contest. Dolvin is back in. Her elbow is taped up after taking that fall moments ago and having some blood in that elbow. Looks like Lily Grease is back in as well now for Bishop Chatard. Trojans kicking that one out of play, so we will see Heritage on a throw-in. Yeah, 7 minutes, and you look at the clock, and I just looked up, and now it's down to 4:30. That's how fast this goes. It's potentially going to be penalty kicks in this one. That's really kind of a fun part of soccer, because your keeper is at that stage, we're talking just a matter of yards away, and she has to make a quick decision.
Yep.
Tough to do. You watch some professional soccer now and then, and
I watched the Olympics. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, they'll let you do a little shuck and jive too. Normally, you're not supposed to do that, but if you get the keeper to look one way or the other, as Heritage tried to center that one, could have been an opportunity there. And you do that little shuck and jive, and your keeper leans one way. That's how you get that
score.
And perhaps get a win. So Heritage with the takeaway. Long ball here would have been off the mark anyway, as Maggie Ellis scoops. Let's see if she'll try to put this one deep in play. Didn't get quite the
boot that they wanted.
No, she wanted down a little. Try to get it at the 50 if you can. Boy, players taking shots everywhere, and even after the kick, happened to see Anna Dixon go down on the turf. Crowd here cheering on the Eagles as you see Crook trying to get it to midfield. 3 minutes on the clock. Well, we talked about this coming in, Coach. We didn't think we'd see either team score a lot. It just was not in the cards. Kind of felt maybe one goal might win, and we're not far off from there. It's just one of those battles that you typically see between two teams that are ranked in the top 10 in their class.
And two teams that know each other very well in the program.
Yep, very, very well.
Conference opponents, that's why we're in this overtime. Heritage Christian leads this conference and moves to the their new conference next year.
Well, I would hope that the rivalry continues, though.
You know that, Will. You're 5 minutes away from, 15 minutes away from each other.
Well, with you driving, it's 5, but normally it's 15.
Well, with Mr. Collins, it's 35. I don't know what took him so long to get here today.
Stopped to get you some snacks.
Oh, my Snickers.
Yes,
that's right.
Yeah. Got some.
And we got another chin here. Nosebleed.
Well, that certainly wouldn't have happened without some contact, I'm sure, someplace, but it's pretty good, too, by the way.
Substitution for the Trojans.
Trainer is working his.
And number 17, Eileen.
Yeah, he's had to come up with some a lot of cotton.
Little first aid. It's good to have a trainer on the sideline. Trainer weeks coming up. We'll highlight them during the year.
Where were the trainers when you and I played?
Well, we didn't have. We had a coach that put dirt on it and gave you a salt pill.
That's right. The old Casey Stengel rubbed some dirt in it, right?
I still remember Coach saying, "Here, take 2 salt pills, and see that dirt? Just spit on it and rub it on your arm. You're going to be okay." Yes, sir.
That's why you have all those scars, right?
Yep.
Trojans. Boy, that would have been a nice pass to the middle, but unfortunately a little bit too long. Curran able to come out and see if she can get a good clear here.
Not bad.
Well, that was a front header there by Everhart, unfortunately, and they're able to get it past midfield, and we're coming up in a minute 20.
Now you hustle.
This is also about the time where the legs are pretty heavy.
Yep.
You think about, you go back to the first half, and players are full of energy and momentum and everything, and then all of a sudden you get second half, it's hot, slowing down, you're thinking, we got to play another 14 minutes plus. Throw in here for Heritage. In the boys' game, it was scheduled to begin at 3:30. We're going to be after 4 o'clock on that one by the time this is over, and unless something happens here quickly, we're looking at penalty kicks. Good centering ball, a little bit long. There was a player there, but good defense by Bishop Chatard. On that backside was Avery Cullen there for the Trojans. Takeaway, still a chance now for Heritage down to 18. They'll have to work quickly. Here's Gast, and it will go out of play. Gast.
Foul called against the Eagles.
Foul's going to be called against the Eagles, though. And the crowd, I'm not sure that was the right call there. But it's going to end the second overtime, an extra 14 minutes. Still, nothing decided. Penalty kicks coming up here on IndianaSRN.
Piece of equipment you can trust, one that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com. Get a gator that will get you where you need to go. Something you can get in and go with plenty of space. Be ready to tackle any terrain, large or small. When you choose Reynolds, you choose reliability. A guaranteed great customer experience and relationship from the moment you walk in. Come in and see for yourself or visit reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with a blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there is just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Back once again here at Bishop Chatard. We're tied at 1 apiece, and for many soccer fans, one of the most exciting parts of this game is when you get into the penalty kick phase. And so here we go. You ready?
I am. Explain.
Well, each team gets 5, and of course then you got to go through the 5. I'm sure if you, again, sometimes, depending on the rules, you can do the 5. If you don't get it done, you got to do it again. I don't know if that's going to be the case in high school. If they get 5 and you're done, you're done. But if they don't want to tie at the end of regulation, I bet you that they will not allow this to finish without a winner.
So you can't put 7 guys on the field for...
No.
Okay.
Not supposed to anyway.
Okay.
But then again, we saw that earlier, we thought the rules were changed where you had a tie, and now we know that's different.
So now the officials will get the numbers who will get to shoot the goals.
Yep. And that's, you see the captains are meeting right there.
I bet you Crook is 1 for Heritage. And
Yeah.
I bet you Boyle is 1 for Chatard. What do you think?
Probably, yes. I would say Crook would be an obvious choice. I think Burzai might be in there. Boyle might be in there. But let's wait and see.
We will wait and see.
My thing is the keeper.
How important that is?
How important that is, because, again, you cannot, bottom line, you have no help. It's one-on-one, and you're by yourself.
Well, we've seen both keepers have done an outstanding job today.
Yeah.
It looked like, to me, Chatard tried to get a new keeper in before regulation was over, and I don't know if they did or not. I'm looking down, and I cannot make out the number. I'll see if we can. But 00, they don't even have a 00 on their schedule.
Yeah, I think anything that's a 0 they count, or 00 is counted as a 0. I don't know why they do that, but that's counted. Now the meeting's broken up. Who goes first? We'll see. They did a coin flip. We'll see who goes first.
It does look like Maggie Ellis, is going to be the goalkeeper for Chatard.
You know what I think would really be interesting is that if you went into the overtime period, you got to take a fan from the stands and they got to finish the game for you.
Really? You gonna add another rule?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at some numbers here.
All right. All right, you can see already one of those is Boyle. We expected Boyle. There's Burzai. Also, Dixon is out there. Looks like number 13, which is Sohaki, is out there as well. And those are the ones that we can see right now from Bishop Chatard. On the other side, you have Marshall. Also, as expected, Crook is out there. Number 14, which is Everhart, the freshman. Number 2 is Dolvin. And one more that we want to get a look at, and that looks like number 9, which is Emma Gast. So the usual suspects you would think are going to be there are there. And Heritage is going to get the first shot here. Again, there's a little X that you'll see right behind the 3-yard line that you would see in football for their extra point attempts. And the first one up, again, will be Emma Gast. And you kind of hear everything got real quiet all of a sudden too, right?
And then now the official picked up the ball and makes her place the ball again.
Well, what he's doing here is going to make sure that the keeper's ready. So our first one, Gast against Ellis. And there's your first one.
Here comes the hugs and the chest bumps and all those things.
Now, what you do, though, when you look at the score at the end of the day, it stays 1-1, but then you put what the penalty kicks were. I know they've got 2-1 on the board, but it really is not the goal that you're looking at. It's how many penalty kicks you get, and then it'll be a 1-1 winner by penalty kick. So here we go. Good look at Cullen. Goes on the ground, and we're tied at 1 apiece.
You know who's intense right now is the parents.
Oh, yeah.
They are just like biting fingernails.
I would, and of course, if you can get a save here as a keeper,
Oh, my.
and then you kind of feel your team and the energy go up as well.
You just saw both boys teams now are on the track cheering their girls on. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Here is Jocelyn Marshall for Heritage. Looks like a field goal kicker in football, huh? Approaches and got the save. Well, there's your first one, Maggie Ellis.
That's big.
So we stay tied at 1 apiece. The slow approach.
They're taking their time, aren't they?
They are.
They are not going to. They're not rushing this.
No. Here's Boyle.
This is almost more mental than physical at this point.
A lot of it is, yeah. Because you're going to having to go about 50 yards on your walk. You're thinking, how am I going to approach this? There's your whistle. Boyle goes to the right and scores. 2-1. So now Maggie Ellis takes her turn. And guess who's coming? Crook.
Kaya has played really well today. Boyle has played well. That's her second goal of the day.
And by the way, her walk is slower than the rest. She's probably surveying a little bit there of Maggie Ellis.
She's playing big-time middle against that goalie.
Yeah. Make her think about it a little bit.
Yes, sir. That's what the seniors do, right? You have that advantage. You have that experience.
Yep. You know what was nice about that? She approached it and then held up a little bit.
And then you hop.
Yep, and then you could see Ellis kind of set a little bit up on it, was unable to make the save. But now we're tied at 2 apiece. What you hate about this the most, if you're the keeper, is that you kind of feel like everything's down on you now. Here is Anna Dixon. You're like, wait a minute, why is this coming down on my shoulders here? Natalie Kernet getting herself set. This will be a left-footed kick here, I believe, and it is. And a little tap to the left and the score.
Got a little bit of the ball, but deflected back to the net. Advantage, Chatard.
You know, if I'm a keeper, do I want to stay in the middle, or do I want to kind of dance around a little bit, make her wonder which way I'm going to go?
I see that a lot in professional, how they bounce back and forth.
Yeah. I'm not so sure I wouldn't try to play with her head a little bit. And a straight shot, and the tie once again. That time it was Everhart, the freshman, tied at 3.
And she was the only one that jogged all the way down and jogging all the way back. Young bones.
Different approach. So now each team with 3. As you see now, Olivia Burzai.
It's real quiet.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You really could hear the pin drop.
Yeah. So now let's watch Burzai.
Oh! High corner.
Now you're just trading back and forth. As long as you keep doing it, Bishop Chatard will win. You get a stop here and don't have to worry about it.
Get a stop, you don't have to kick it.
Nope.
Correct?
Nope. Here's Dolvin. So now Maggie Ellis wants to come up big right here. Oh, boy, Chatard leaning to her right. Went to the opposite side, tied it at 4.
This is it.
This is it right here. I don't know if you've picked up anything or you can pick up anything watching the goalie in the first 4 attempts, but if you're watching and you're the 5th player here, I would imagine there's something.
I'm sure that's what you're doing, too.
Yeah.
You're studying that goalie.
I want to see which way she may have a tendency to lean. Here we go. Oh, missed it wide to the left. That was Lily Grease. Well, let's see how we play it now. We may just start over again.
Do we start over or do you get 5 new ones? No, you get 1. Looks like there's 1 player coming out from both teams.
Well, if that is the case, Snyder.
Well, no, there's 5 new ones.
Okay, so they're going to do 5 different ones.
There's 4 for Chatard.
Yep.
And here's the 5th one. This is the goalie they was trying to get into the game.
Yep. Wow.
First time in my high school broadcasting career.
I haven't seen
I've
this
never
before
seen this
either.
before.
No.
This is.
So that's got to be Sophie Reed, right? The backup goalie there for Bishop Chatard that's wearing 00. They had her listed at 18 and 11. And there is the 5th point now for Heritage Christian. I'm always curious why they make him stand so far back to the 50-yard line to make that long walk. Why don't they just put him at the 20?
Soccer's rules are a little bit different.
They are. All right, so Trojans had a chance to win it moments ago, and now here is Claudia Riggs. Great save there by Kernet.
Guess what? It's over.
Yep. Right when you thought maybe that Bishop Chatard was going to maybe win this thing in the first overtime, you come here, penalty kick, they got the lead and they couldn't hold on. So that will do it as you see Heritage Christian getting a big road win here this afternoon as they win it by a final of, it was tied at 1, but they win it in penalty kicks 5-4. Boys game coming up in about 30 minutes right here on, in fact, they're going to do it in 10, so we're going to be very quick. We'll take a timeout, come back. Boys action right here on IndianaSRN.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
and 16, Matt Kersey. The head coach of the Eagles, Caleb Schnocky. And now the starting lineup for your Bishop Chatard Trojans. Starting in the goal, a senior 00, Brian Rodriguez Vasquez.
Back here at Bishop Chatard, we are set for the boys' game. It'll be Bishop Chatard coming into this one, losing their opener 3-1, and on the other side, it'll be Heritage Christian, their opening season win against University. We had overtime on the girls' side. We will probably have much of the same here in game number 2. Great to have you with us for high school soccer. In fact, this Bishop Chatard team fresh off a win also over Providence Cristo Rey. We'll talk about some of these key players here today as Bishop Chatard in their home blues, and for Heritage Christian in their traveling white uniforms here today. Great to have you with us. And, well, I tell you what, if we see anything like what we saw in the girls' contest, this boys' game, we might be here till midnight or more. Yeah.
I will tell you this, at 7 o'clock, I got to watch Closer.
Really?
Yeah.
What, is it a good episode this time?
It has to be.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Heritage Christian coming into this one. I'll tell you, they got some kids that'll shoot long. If you watch them on film, and we had a chance to do so, they got some guys that are not afraid to nail that thing outside the circle. They'll hit you from 20, 25 yards out. Want to remind you that today's game brought to you in part by
Just read the sponsor.
Passion to Care, Boilermaker Local 374, Wheeler Mission, Burtner Electric, the Morales Group, Northwestern Mutual, Indiana Laborers District Council, and the IndianaSRN Sports page. Both teams last year, Bishop Chatard went 7-9-1. They did not win a game in the Circle City Conference. They were 6-2 at home, though. That's where they're tough at home. Heritage Christian last year went 13-6. They were 4-1 in the conference last year. So both teams on the opposite ends of the spectrum, but it's a brand new year.
It is a brand new year. Got a brand new set of fans that are piling in.
By the way, Heritage, watch a couple of these players here today. When you think about Ty Rule, he's got a strong leg. Guy watching him in the earlier contest, he's not afraid to hit one deep. Jamison Neal, along with Lewis McClelland, Wesley Todd, and Isaiah Jackson. Those are their top players, and this is going to be a fast one here today on this turf. As we mentioned, when you play on the artificial surface, things kind of pick up a little bit. On the other side for Bishop Chatard, Cash Moore, watch for this young man, 8 goals last year. Lorenzo Vittori had 6 goals a year ago, but Cash Moore, he'll be a guy to watch here today. In goal today will be Landon Height, the senior, number 43 for Heritage Christian. We'll talk more about him, a very good keeper in the net today as that shot caroms away, and boy, right up front, and then cleared finally by Heritage Christian. You can see the speed on both these teams.
Yeah, they're a lot faster.
Yeah, Wesley Todd here on the near side, working against Marcus Monachono.
You just wonder if they'll have a 20-minute cool period as well.
They, by the way,
temperature's gone down.
It feels a little bit better. But these guys have been waiting around. They only had a 10-minute warm-up period, but they've been waiting around for that girls contest who went into double overtime. Yeah, 45 minutes waiting around. That's a tough thing to do.
Yep. The other thing is they've been warming up on the baseball field, and the Heritage Christian coach told me we got to cool down a little bit.
Yeah. Bishop Chatard coming off that win over Providence Cristo Rey. It was a 4-1 final. Though Providence really played well when you look at the film. But again, for Bishop Chatard, that opening season loss to Lawrence Central, gave up 2 goals in the second half. That certainly was the difference in that one. Very tight 1-1 contest in the first half of play. Whistle blows dead. We have a foul call. It will go against Bishop Chatard.
Free kick, Heritage Christian.
Get a chance, we'll check out the rankings that came out, the preseason rankings in boys soccer.
That you can find on the IndianaSRN sports page.
You can.
Cleared it.
Good look near side. Here's Todd. Trying to work it back to the middle. Outside the circle. Now here's one thing that you're going to notice a lot, I think, between these two teams. They're going to work side to side. Try to get that defense to shift. We didn't see it as much in the girls' contest.
Girls' game, they just went to the one angle only and then just went back to the other angle.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. If you can get the defense to shift a little bit more, you have a better chance. If you have a score on that opposite side, they can certainly give you that advantage, but you got to be really good in the passing department to do that. Looks like we may have our first corner. That's the other thing we didn't see a whole lot in the girls' contest.
One corner kick in that whole entire game.
Just wasn't there, was it?
Nope.
11, Isaac Yancey.
Isaac Yancey. Generally what you want to do. Now the wind has picked up a little bit here in the boys' contest. Yancey, a ground ball on this one right in front of the goal. Knocked away twice, still kept alive here by Bishop Chatard.
The physicality of this game is going to be a lot different as well.
Yeah. They may let him play a little bit more. Throw in from the track here on the near side. See if Bishop Chatard can get on the board first. 3 straight headers on this one to get it in position, make it 4.
Oh, nice.
I would imagine, Coach, as much as these guys have been waiting around, they're kind of chomping at the bit to get going.
Yeah.
It's hard to do as a player when you're waiting around to play and you're all prepared. And
well, you're expecting it to start on time.
Right.
And then as you gear your mind up, you're listening to your music, you have your routine.
Yeah. Well, now you're going to have to adjust.
Nick Lewis has his routine when he directs. He's got to have his 2 cheeseburgers, and then he's got to have his hot dog before, the game starts.
And that's just the appetizer.
And they threw him off because now he had to have his cheeseburger in between games, and he's thrown off a little bit.
And he's not a happy person. And when you
By
get
the way,
around
congratulations to him and his future wife. He got engaged this week.
Uh-oh. Let's talk about the 3 rings of marriage when we get a chance.
Later.
Just underway. We're 5 minutes in. Trojans on the attack. That was thwarted easily. Well, you can see how things picked up. That defense on the backside there by Jackson Dortch.
And how they play the line.
Contact midfield, nothing there. Marcus Monachino there for Bishop Chatard.
Now, that far out, can he pick the ball up with his hands, being that far out?
Oh, sure.
Okay, because he stole the goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Now, again, he opens himself up, though, for
contact
punishment.
Gotcha.
It's not goalie in hockey when they get outside the crease. You become fair game as that ball comes out of bounds on the near side. One thing about it, and just watching a little bit there, Lewis McClellan for Heritage Christian, you have those shin guards, but I think he took one off the calf right there. So he's a little
shin guards are not as thick as you think they are, folks. They are like paper thin.
Well, the other thing about those is that they don't really cover up that much of the calf area,
Yeah.
So you're going to take a shot now and then. Turnover there by Heritage Christian. By the way, Sam Kaufman, Brooks Haynes, Marcus Monachino, all there for Bishop Chatard. Cashmore, we talked about, all had goals in that win.
Names that you sound familiar with the basketball teams.
That's right. We have played on each end, and you can kind of see the physicality near side. This time they went against Jamison Neal. So a free kick here now for Bishop Chatard. I promise you we'll get to the polls here in a couple of moments because, again, with the preseason poll out, things are going to change. One thing you'll notice about polls when they come out is by the end of week 1, you get upsets, and then all the poll looks completely different in week 2.
Yes, our Indiana SRN football poll will look totally different than what it did just about a day ago.
No kidding. By the way, in the boys 3A ranks, Noblesville is number 1. They've been good for the last couple of years. That ball goes past the end line. Carmel, Zionsville, Fishers, and Center Grove. And they do a poll of 20. We aren't going to go through the top 20, but those are your top 5. In 2A, it's Evansville Memorial. Evansville, or I should say Evansville Memorial, number 1, Guerin Catholic, Ileana Christian, Bishop Lures, and Speedway. And then in single A, Bethany Christian, Providence, Covenant Christian, Faith Christian, and Westview. Those are your top teams.
Stick with us all year long, as we will have the semi-states in soccer this year. Also did the state finals last year for the Indiana High School Athletic Association.
Just to let you know, though, Heritage Christian got a whistle, and Bishop Chatard doesn't agree with the call. Heritage Christian is ranked number 7 in 2A.
Free kick, Heritage Christian.
Heritage Christian will get a free kick on this one, despite the objections of the crowd.
We will see Covenant Christian later on this year. Also, we'll see Guerin this year.
By the way, if you go to the, I can't remember when we did our watch list for boys soccer, but we have a watch list there that tells you about the top players. Out of position, oh, I tell you what, that was very dangerous play there by Landon Height, stepping out the way he did because he fell down.
Yep.
Got a corner here now for Bishop Chatard.
That watch list is still on our sports page.
Isaac Yancey, once again, now the wind again has picked up a little bit down on the field as opposed to the girls' game. It was really not blowing hard at all.
Second corner kick of the day.
Good curve, header attempted, and we may have another. They're going to give it over to Heritage Christian. It will go back to the Eagles.
2 40-minute halves.
Eagles.
If it's tied after the halves, we will play 2 7-minute overtime periods, and after that is penalty kicks, because we've seen it in the girls' game.
We just saw it moments ago.
And the only reason why we will see all that, if it's tied, is because this is a conference game.
Goal kick here by Height. Nice ball into midfield. Unfortunately, unable to come up with it. Isaac Yancey will head the other way. Nice takeaway. Here come the Eagles. Can they get it middle? And nice defense the other way. Great job there by Alex Paz. And your keeper's going to thank you for that one.
Especially since he had the angle.
Ryan Rodriguez Vasquez in goal. Now, not a very big keeper. But they're counting a lot on his quickness as we'll have a corner the other way.
A lot of seniors on both of these teams.
We'll have our first corner here. Keegan Brunco. Nice ball high and a little bit too far, but still not a bad ball that time.
That ball almost sounded flat when he kicked that ball.
Yeah. I may have to put a little air in it next time, huh?
Helium. That's what you need, helium.
That's right. You see right there that Rodriguez Vasquez played it kind of safe. They'll dump it off to his fielders, and then they'll work it from there. You know, and this is what I like about what you're seeing. It's not just run and kick. You have position players that you're trying to find your way to get up the pitch. Outside the circle, far side. Good job there by Heritage Christian. That way they can set things up defensively. Coming up on 12 minutes in here in the first half.
Some of these young men and young ladies today had to take their SATs. That's why they moved the game from 11 o'clock starts to the 1:30 start, because you only have 5 opportunities to get your SATs now. So this was the first day that they were eligible to do that. And the way the parking lot was today, some of those kids took advantage of the SAT today.
No kidding. Well, we won't tell everybody what our GPA was. We didn't need the SAT. We were that
Smartest
smart.
guy in the booth is not even in the booth. It's down our camera guy.
Oh, yeah?
Free kick, Heritage Christian.
He got a 6.0 in school.
And it was a 4-point scale, huh? Pretty good. Free kick here for Heritage. Mac Kersey spells his first name M-A-K.
Interesting.
Nice ball once again, but the header. We'll have another throw in here.
Lots of fans in the shade now.
Yeah.
As the sun is.
They had no choice earlier but to sit in the sun. Want to remind you that our broadcast brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment, leading equipment dealer serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors in Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer. Give them a call at 317-849-0810. Trojans had a chance, got into the attacking third scoring position, unable to do anything with it. We'll come back once again. Isaac Yancey. We go deep in the corner. Nice play there to keep it from going out of bounds by Sam Kaufman. And it looks like we'll have another corner once again here for the Trojans. I would imagine if you're a right-footed kicker, you'd rather have a corner from the opposite side.
I would think that would be true.
Yeah, because now you got to find a way to curve that thing from the goal out. And some kickers, I'm sure, really don't care either way. But that's not, see, that's what I mean. You got to find a way to curve it back to the middle, and it's not as easy to do. So that corner unsuccessful. Back over to Landon Height.
What I did like, though, is when he was ready to do that, Chatard made that switch. And it looks like we have had a cool period.
We have a timeout. 26:08. We'll take a timeout as well. No score.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Well, the cool-down break is over as both teams ready to go once again. Today's game brought to you in part by Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you, your family, and for the community we share. We can match you with the right career or hire the right candidate for your company. Call 317-472-7600.
For your Trojans, checking in, number 12,
I want to say hello to
Matthew
Tom.
Morano.
Hope he's feeling a lot better. Had a replaced hip.
By the way, Matt Morano is in now for Bishop Chatard. I believe that might be our first true substitution. By the way, in the professional ranks, if you come in, you can't come back out. I mean, from the standpoint of making substitutions. Long shot, right in front of it is Height.
Shot by Moore, save Landon Height.
So a little bit different in the college ranks and in the professional ranks than in high school. You can continue to come in and out. Boy, nice kick that time by Height past midfield. Kaufman there to get possession, and we'll have a fight over this one. Who will get the benefit of this one? They're going to say the foul call
Free
against
kick,
Bishop
Eagles.
Chatard. Free kick now. That's going to go against number 54. There for Bishop Chatard, Brooks Haynes. Boy, another good ball. That one hit deep. God, we mentioned on the pregame, we got some guys out here that have really very strong legs. We saw it on film as well. We mentioned they're not afraid to take that long shot. As I said, you saw some against Providence Cristo Rey, especially for Bishop Chatard, where they're taking that thing from 25 yards.
Yep.
To the circle, Trojans able to keep possession. Walling on the near side, and a whistle. Heritage Christian fans wanted the foul call. It looks like they will get it right here. We've got a
free kick
here on the near side. We got tents right in front of where the ball is landing, so hard for us to kind of see right there, but you saw Jackson Dortch put it in play. That's going to go against the Eagles.
Bishop Chatard.
I'm going to back it up a few yards. I want to get a little head start.
He wanted about an 8-yard head, so he's backing up 10. That's how I would coach.
Any advantage you can get, right?
My bad.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
Honest mistake.
Look at that kick.
That's I told you he had strong legs.
Oh.
Boy, back to the inside, getting loose and scoring. Height came out. He gambled and lost.
Trojan.
Looked like a number 19. Is that Walling?
We'll wait for the official goal scorer.
I don't know who they gave the assist to, but boy,
the Trojan goal to 19, Vikas Walling.
Vikas Walling, the assist will go to Lorenzo
Bishop Chatard 1, Heritage Christian
Vittori. And so your early 1-0 lead. Boy, I tell you what, at Landon Height, I'm not sure how to come out quite that far. And again, he's probably thinking if I could just have that possession back, I may not have gambled. So a good start here for the Trojans. McNamee deep in the corner, contact there, ball goes out of play. And they will give it back over again to Heritage. Fans, I think, wanted a foul call on that one against Bronco.
Did you give the assist to?
Number 10.
Thank you.
Good ball here. Header out of bounds, and that'll go off a Trojan. McNamee once again there for the Trojans. Will have a throw-in. Jacob West. And I think it went out of bounds.
Yeah.
It did. Turnover. Mentioned there's not a big area on the sideline, so you really got to be very careful.
Chatard is putting this ball in play quick.
They are. And this defense very good for the Trojans as well. There's not a whole lot of room to get a good kick, find a zone to open things up down in the lane, but Trojans there defensively once again. That's Kaufman. He's going to be, we're going to name, his name's coming up a lot today. Foul call against the Eagles.
Trojans.
That went against Isaiah Jackson, the sophomore. That was good sportsmanship between Jackson as well as Brooks Haynes. That's what you call respect, kind of give each other a 5 right there, knowing it was nothing intentional.
Here comes the ball.
Good angle here on the free kick, just inside the 20. It's right into the waiting arms of Landon Height.
Shot by Walling, saved.
That was Walling on the shot. Here come the Eagles once again, knocked out of bounds. Good job again by number 3, McNamee, to knock it out of bounds.
Both teams put the ball in play pretty quick, don't they?
They do.
They're not waiting.
Well, a lot of times that's key. You want to hope that defense a little bit behind and not hustling down the pitch, and the next thing you know, you might have a man advantage. Rodriguez Vasquez there for Bishop Chatard.
As we're halfway through the first period.
Yeah, this
first half.
It's gone quick. That's going to be held up, I think, a little bit by the wind. You know, we talked about that in the first game of the girls' game. We had heck of a breeze up here, and I know you asked me one time about the wind, and you looked down at those flags in the corners, and it was barely doing anything. Now you can kind of see the flags have picked up, especially when you look at our side. So the wind is kind of blowing crossway from our side to the opposite side. And as a player, when you have a corner or you're looking for a long ball, you really have to take that into consideration.
16, Matt Kersey.
Kersey coming in now for Heritage Christian. Kersey is a junior. 4 seniors, 5 seniors on this Heritage Christian team, and Jackson, should say Isaiah Jackson, the sophomore, coming out. He's going to get a break. He's kind of holding his midsection. I don't know if he ended up getting the wind knocked out of him or he's just kind of winded.
I would think you would be winded at the high-speed pace of this game.
As we mentioned, it hit 90 today, and down on the pitch itself going to be a little bit different. Long shot, just off the mark. Height, able to get a hand on it, but that's a heck of a look. Bishop Chatard, Cash Moore, as we mentioned.
Shot by Cash Moore, save.
Cash, leading scorer, one of the leading scorers last year. He's come up big already this year. And he will get a chance.
Set to take the corner for your Trojans. 19, Rickos Walling.
It's going to be Walling instead on the corner.
Cash Moore is also a basketball player for the Trojans.
Yeah. Look at this stack, everybody in the middle.
I know it.
All lined up. You can't get kids to line up like that in school, can you?
No.
Now they'll readjust to the outside. 2 headers in a row, nothing there, and then finally knocked outside the box, left foot high. Good look, though. Good effort.
Vittori goes high.
Vittori,
Goal kick.
number 10, there for Bishop Chatard. Boy, you think about those corners, and everybody kind of bunches up in there, and you're fighting for position, and you kind of know that even though that was a stacked situation in front of the goal itself, those players make the move out, and as a defender, you got to keep your head on a swivel, know where that ball's coming from, how it's going to affect yourself and your position, keep your eye on the player you're supposed to be guarding as well. That's a tough thing to do as a defense. As that ball goes out of play, we'll have a goal kick here for Height. So many things to consider. And then, of course, if you are the corner kick or kicker, you're trying to place that thing as well in front of the goal as you can, and sometimes that ball sails on you. So you really have to be very accurate in order to get yourself in position to score. Take away here by Bishop Chatard. McNamee down the sideline will be able to keep it in play, looking to center. It'll go wide behind Height.
Goal kick, Eagles.
Boy, next week we had a lot of games this week for our first week of a brand new season. Was this the 15th year of IndianaSRN?
Yes, sir.
So we had
yes, sir.
A video of the last 5 or so, exclusively or so, or is it the last 7?
Last 7.
Last 7. Got a corner here, I do believe. So next week, though, 5 games on a Friday night, high school football, everywhere from Evansville all the way to
for your Trojans,
here,
19,
right?
Yeah, pretty close.
And we have that Brownsburg and Cathedral game at Marion University. And after what happened this past week, don't be surprised what happens on Friday night of next week. See, that ball kind of sailed on him, but a good look opposite side of the net. Players falling down, and it's in for the goal.
Go Trojans!
Number 12, Matt Morano there to get the goal, and you could kind of tell the way that thing was bouncing around that they had to get it out of there and land in Height.
The Bishop Chatard goal to number 12, Matthew Morano.
So Morano gets the second goal, and it's 2-0. Today's game brought to you in part by Boilermaker Local 374. They represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction. as well as metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. When you need a safe, dependable workforce for a new build, an upgrade, or facility maintenance, you can count on Boilermaker Local 374. Give them a call, and they will take care and do it right the first time. So how about this early lead by the Trojans?
Well, if you're Chatard, you feel pretty good about the 2-0 lead. But Heritage have been very good at late, so, long game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you have this Heritage Christian team coming off that win over University. They were 4-1 in the conference a year ago, as we mentioned. Bishop Chatard went 0 for 5. Change here now for Bishop Chatard. Isaac Yancey coming back in.
11, Isaac Yancey, replacing 54, Brooks Haynes. Goal kick.
So from an obvious standpoint, you can tell that last year it was Heritage Christian beating Bishop Chatard, but now Trojans have an early, you would say now, commanding 2-0 lead.
As the clock is now stopped.
Yeah, the official's going to have him reset it. 15:35, so they'll put another 22 seconds back on the clock. Good ball near midfield. Boy, Trojans have kind of not dominated, but they've been pretty impressive keeping the ball in this area.
A lot.
Yeah, and they may have a chance again in the attacking third.
He's got an opening here.
Kaufman taking a look, wisely gives it up near side. Deep in the corner was Morano.
What a nice little push.
Well, you get away with those once in a while.
Oh, they got it.
Well, how about the footwork there of McNamee for Bishop Chatard? Well, and right now, Heritage Christian just having a hard time getting that ball into a scoring position opportunity.
The momentum is definitely with Chatard.
Yeah. Well, the gamble the first time by height came out a little bit too far. Imagine he won't do that again, but the second one, your defenseman just could not clear that ball out of that box area. And when you let that thing bounce around too much, something bad generally is going to happen. And if you're Heritage Christian, that is what happened.
Substitutions for Heritage Christian. Checking in number 2, Sebastian Buckles, and 7, Ty Rule.
Rule is in. Sebastian Buckles is in. He wears number 2. Of course, like the girls' contest earlier, both these teams trying to keep all their players fresh. We made a point of that in the girls' contest when this has been a relatively very mild fall. I know it's still August, we're still in summer, but from a fall sports season, they haven't had to deal with 90 degrees.
Right.
And maybe in summer camps and things they've done, yes, but not since they've started the season. That ball will go wide left. So from just even the first games they played, they haven't had to deal with this. This is a little bit different today. The temperatures getting into the 90s. We were warned it was going to be warm this weekend, and I think by Monday and Tuesday they were talking at one point in the mid-90s.
On Monday you're at 93, 95 on Tuesday, 96 on Wednesday, and 91 on Friday night.
I'm going to have to talk to you about
the air-conditioned booth.
Yes, yeah. I'm afraid I will not be able to work if it's past 85 after today. So
you can just go down to Evansville. It's cooler down
in
Evansville.
Cool, yeah, down south, yeah. Yeah, but feeling down on the river, it's probably not as cool as we'd like it to be. Got an injured player here for Heritage Christian. That's Jacob West. You know, I made many trips down there doing baseball in the summer a long time ago down to Evansville, playing at that field down there. And it was always hot and humid. So don't try to tell me it's nice down there. We don't want to talk about them either. Long ball taken away. Here's Jacob West. Well, I like right now what Bishop Chatard is doing defensively. Opportunity here. Can they get a look? And it's going to go wide, just a little bit behind.
Shot by Moore, wide left. Goal kick,
Cash
Eagles.
Moore there once again for Bishop Chatard. Tell you what, if you're a basketball player and you want to stay in shape before the basketball season starts, this is the way to do it, isn't it?
Oh, running up and down the field?
Yeah.
Yep. Different foot speed than basketball, but
yeah, but you're going 100 yards instead of 84, 74 feet.
True.
100 plus yards at times. Hyde will put this one high in the air as we're coming up on 11 minutes. There's a little foul from behind. Again, just a little shove, not much. That was Jamison Neal. Boy, they took off with that one, didn't they? Could it be a freebie? And that one right into the awaiting arms of Rodriguez Vasquez. What was interesting about that, Coach, is you had Jamison Neal starts talking, ball goes down, and they take off with it.
Yes.
It was probably not, I shouldn't say fair, but it was probably an advantage you shouldn't have had right there.
The official pointed he knew where he was going to go.
Yeah, but I thought that was actually on Neal. I thought it was going to be a foul on him. So this ball out of play, it'll be Bishop Chatard. I would venture to say that if they would have scored on that, somebody would have been, wait a minute. But nothing happened. We'll be here next Friday night as the Trojans football team got a nice win to open things up. They look as good as ever, don't they?
Hanover Central is their opponent.
A couple of changes now as we'll see.
Substitutions for
The Eagles are going to bring in Wesley Todd, number 11.
For Vinny Young. For your Trojans, checking in 21, Riley Kumler.
Looking to talk to Coach Doyle this week. Cannot wait.
By the way, Riley Kummer is coming to the lineup now for Bishop Chatard. So you're going to get a chance to talk to the coach again this year, huh?
Get to talk to Coach a little bit this week.
State champions a year ago. There are a lot of people that thought after the amount of talent they lost their quarterback, they lost so many good players that they were not going to repeat. And guess what they do? And then Aiden Ortega goes down with an injury. Their backup comes in, plays maybe better.
It almost a repeat of last year.
Yeah.
Remember their number one quarterback got hurt early in the year.
Yeah. No problem. Just move somebody else in that position.
It's called next man up.
Yeah. Well, they move up in class, so we'll see how they'll do.
Well, 4A is loaded.
Yeah. Trojans unable to advance it as Vinny Young there, the senior. They cannot get it out of their zone right now. This is all Bishop Chatard from a standpoint of getting looks. Long ball high. Now, I told you earlier coming in that both these teams have some strong legs, and don't be surprised.
We've put about 20 yards out.
Yeah, at least. Think where the goal is. Add a few more yards to that. It's about 10 yards extra. By the way, coming out of the lineup,
Bishop Chatard, substitution number 1, John Reynolds.
John Reynolds coming into the lineup for Monachino. Height, good leg on this one. McNamee there for the Trojans. 2-0 lead Trojans here as we are down to the final 8:39 of this first half. Want to remind you that today's game brought to you in part by Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. A prestigious healthcare companies, you see the collision there. Passion to Care is driven by decades of expertise and a drive to go above and beyond. For more information on Passion to Care, give them a call at 317-537-1811. Trojans able to get that long ball, and boy, smart play there to just kick that one out of bounds. They might have been down in a number 2 at that point. But Alex Paz able to knock it out of play. Coming into the lineup now for Heritage Christian.
Replacing 3, Jackson Moore.
Jackson Moore coming out of the lineup. So changes made on a pretty regular basis here late as that ball will stay right here. Looks like we've got a free kick after a brief foul call.
Got the trainer working on a player down there.
Well, that trainer was busy in the last game. We had blood. And I thought it was a really physical game. Marcus Monachino.
Looks like he put some tape on the knee.
Yep. Well, when you're playing on turf again, everything. Oh, it's nice and green, and it's just so great to play on from a standpoint. We understand that.
Get that true bounce.
Yeah, you got the true bounce, rolls nice and easy, but when you fall on it and you slide on it, find out how much that burns on a hot field.
Yeah. When the field is 105 degrees.
Well, just to let the listeners and viewers know, we tried to get you to go out early, and you wouldn't do it. We wanted a first-hand look to see just how hot it was.
Well, I told you how hot it was.
I know, but I want to see you go down and lay on it.
You don't. You want me to die? Is what you want me to do. I'm okay, Debbie. I didn't go down.
Weird. Yeah, Keith, that has the griddle marks. You probably wouldn't recognize you when you got home.
Oh, I know. If someone hit me hard down there, you wouldn't need an ambulance, a crane, maybe a popcorn could probably get me up.
Just drop that in your mouth and let you go, huh?
Energy.
Kind of like Popeye and spinach.
There you go.
We have a free kick here.
Yeah, we gave up the popcorn award last year. Who do we give that to?
I'm not sure. It wasn't me.
I know 2 years ago it was Heritage Christian.
From the 25, the wall worked on that one, didn't it?
Yep. Look at that foot speed.
Boy, nice job there by the Eagles. Now they'll try to work it into scoring position. Last 5.5. Unfortunately, Hafner there take that back. On the other side, it was Heritage Christian giving it up. Able to get it returned once again. Eagles scoring third and unable to run it down. Great opportunity there for the Eagles. Can't get it to go.
I think they really need to score here.
Well, I tell you what, I think they want something positive for sure. Back in the lineup, one of those will be Brooks Haynes, number 54. Lewis McClellan, another one coming in for Heritage Christian. And, of course, Cash Moore getting a break. You know Cash Moore is pretty good. He's got the fluorescent pink shoes on.
No, they're not shoes.
Cleats.
No, they're not cleats.
What?
They're boots.
Boots.
You gotta call it's boots.
Boots. Oh, I tell you what. Now you're going to find it for me, aren't you?
I am.
You're going to find me the official terminology for shoes.
I will.
In soccer, boots. I know we don't want to call it a field. Every once in a while call it a pitch.
We can't call it a
sometimes call it a field.
I got corrected last year on that in a semi-state. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, I want to remind you, too, that today's game brought to you in part by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, Piper Logistics, seasoned professionals have consistently been the trusted allies for your inventory management, warehouse, fulfillment, transportation needs. We stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. For more information, give them a call at 317-396-1023. That says cleats.
Read.
I know. Type of shoe worn when playing association football. I don't see anywhere it says.
Football boots are called cleats or.
So I'm not wrong. Cleats are soccer shoes. It's all three. Nice try, though, Keith. But I'll give you boots.
Early in the year.
Yes.
I'm 0 for 4. Man, I don't know if I can ever work another game with you now. The number 1 team has gone down.
Oh, but you noticed on the top of that line, the first thing came up was what? Cleats.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 3:05 to go now before halftime.
I just want to let you know I wore my boots today. My Hokas.
And only because as much as you're filling up this press box, it'd be hard to get out of here.
Free kick, Heritage Christian.
Got a free kick here for the Eagles. 2-0 lead, Bishop Chatard. Trying to even out the day after the tough loss by the Trojan girls soccer team, and we had to go to penalty kicks. Ended up a 5-4 penalty kick win on that one. Well, each team has really had to substitute a lot of players to get them off the field, and you can kind of see them all sitting underneath the tents. Had her attempt here by Heritage Christian. Can't get it to go. That looked like Jacob West. Nice defense again to clear it to midfield. Riley Coomer there for
2
the
minutes remaining in the half.
Trojans.
2 minutes.
Got the 2-minute warning call. Taken over there by Matt Morano. Morano looking to his left. In a little give and go. Morano in front, had the outstretched leg, couldn't get it to go, and it's going to go against Heritage Christian. Like we have a handball on this one, and that's going to be a free kick, I do believe. And boy, you're going to be in close on this one. In fact, they're going to call this a penalty kick, so this could be big. Wow, that's a big call right there.
Big call.
So a first, in fact, our first penalty kick of the day.
The official
Lorenzo Vittori.
Number 10, Lorenzo Di Vittori.
And with the left foot, the kick on the way and good.
Goal!
Di Vittori makes it 3-0. Well, you know, we just talked about it, Coach, how Heritage really needed to get something offensively to get some momentum going into halftime, and now the tables have turned again. A 3-0 score. That's tough going into the locker room.
3, Heritage Christian 0.
Lorenzo Di Vittori, number 10, able to get the penalty kick goal. And, boy, what a day now for this Bishop Chatard team to get the takeaway there. And right now, if you're Heritage Christian, you're just trying to hold on now. Today's first half brought to you in part by Dynamark. If you're looking to elevate your brand, choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. And they've been serving the Indianapolis area for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. For more information, 317-328-2555. Is that kick a little bit wide to the left? And want to remind you that today's broadcast is a copyright production of IndianaSRN and the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Any use of audio or video without the express written permission of IndianaSRN and the IHSAA is strictly prohibited. Time running down here in the first half. It's been all Bishop Chatard. Got a whistle and a foul call here. May have a yellow on this. We do.
Yep. First yellow of the night.
Kaufman got the yellow. Comes with just 12 seconds remaining.
The official has presented
Monachino coming in now for Bishop Chatard. Kaufman explaining to his head coach what he thought happened, at least giving his account. Right now, Heritage could really use a deep ball on this one. Jackson Dortch, the junior, will line it up. He's a left-footed kicker. They got what they needed right in the middle, but there are 4 blue jerseys there. The header by Rule. Ball in front, cleared. Rule trying to get to it, and it will not happen. We have made it to halftime. Great first half for the Trojans of Bishop Chatard. They come up with 3 unanswered goals. We head to the locker room. Bishop Chatard 3, Heritage Christian nothing. This is high school soccer in IndianaSRN.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
You want a piece of equipment you can trust, one that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Can't make it to the game? We've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
We never really realize how much we depend on electricity until the power goes out. Get those lights back on when you choose the certified electricians at Bertner Electric Incorporated. Locally owned and operated, we are a member of the Better Business Bureau and provide only the highest quality of customer service. For more information, give us a call today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Bertner Electric Incorporated is fully licensed and bonded electrical contractor for your protection. Our electricians are available 24/7 for service calls and specialize in electrical service and storm damage repair. For more information, give us a call today.
Get a gator that will get you where you need to go. Something you can get in and go with plenty of space. Be ready to tackle any terrain, large or small. When you choose Reynolds, you choose reliability. A guaranteed great customer experience and relationship from the moment you walk in. Come in and see for yourself or visit reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
to you. Standing with us. You are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
We really focus on modern application development, DevOps, so automating the whole process of delivering your solution, and cloud architecture.
It's very important for mid to large companies to have cloud partners because you can't possibly have all the talent you need to address the complex ecosystem of the cloud.
We advise them on all parts of their business. And then when things are defined and we see a clear goal, Clean Slate also then goes and does the work.
We have a team that is very passionate about what they do. We love to solve complex problems, and there's a lot of companies out there that will avoid, getting involved in those things, and I think that's why clients like to work with us.
Again here at Bishop Chatard, 3-0 as we're getting ready for the second half. High school soccer brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer and has been since 1955. Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374, where they represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication in the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission, for over 125 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Northwestern Mutual, inspiring people to repeatedly take action on their financial goals. Indiana Labor's District Council, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with labor as district council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And by the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page daily with updated sports news coast to coast. Just go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the sports page tab.
3-0 Chatard in the first half. 3 goals at the 23-29 mark, 16-19 mark, and 117 mark. I think the key right here for Heritage Christian, they got to score pretty quickly in this second half.
Well, and also if you look at the 2 of the 3 goals, the one happened when you saw Height gamble, and he lost on that gamble. And then they got the penalty that cost them the penalty kick, which was almost a freebie right there. You take those 2 away, it's 1-0. Only problem is you can't take them away now. But you're right. I think Heritage needs to get something quickly to try to kind of change the tone of the momentum.
And if I'm Chatard, I play keep away all half long.
You want to have possession soccer right now. I mean, and tell you what, and if you have opportunities to score, you really need to do so. A lot of contact there outside the circle. Heritage trying to make the transition back the other way. As you see Wesley Todd, and now number 7, Ty Rule. Warm afternoon here at Bishop Chatard, as we mentioned, and we hit probably 90-plus by the time it was
92.
all said and done. 92.
Yep.
The good news is it will not cool down even through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we're talking about temperatures in the mid-90s. That'll affect everybody's practice this week. I was listening to some broadcasters talk about how the teams have been able to practice relatively without having to take as many breaks as they normally do throughout the week because of the August heat, but that has not been the case so far. They've had really just nice weather. That's going to be a foul call there. Free kick put on the board here by Heritage Christian.
Free kick, Heritage Christian.
You can tell it's the end of summer because Little League Baseball, I think, finally ends.
I've only never figured that out, that the way that school starts early, how do they stay out of school?
I think they actually have tutors that those kids are literally, when they're not in the playing baseball, they're actually studying.
Okay.
I think that would be a great idea.
I would take that. Rodriguez Vasquez there.
Well, he wants to keep it down.
Well, that's wise. You know, number one, you don't make a mistake deep in your zone. Number two, you can waste a little time right here.
Yeah.
Good ball on this one.
And I take it there's no rule for him to fall down and cover the ball.
I would imagine, though, if he held it a little while, they'd tell, come on, let's go.
Okay.
You know, at some point you'll get a yellow on that one, too. You're delaying the game like that. But if you wisely jump down, make sure there's nobody around you, slowly get up, slowly kick, it all counts, right? It's kind of the way that you are at the hot dog stand. You slowly get there, slowly order, slowly eat it, slowly back to the press box. We don't penalize you, do we?
I will tell you this. With the Trojan Horse here Friday night, I will go visit the Trojan Horse.
Are you here Friday?
I am.
Wow.
Cruz Martin debuts in the booth Friday night.
Look at you. Cruz has got to be happy about that.
Cruz is pretty excited to work with Coach Myers.
Yeah, and the game doesn't really matter that much. It's working with you.
No, that's not true.
Good look here at Cash Moore. Moore looking up. Can he put something into the middle? Nice one in the header.
Oh, my goodness.
That centering ball as good as you're going to see. Isaac Yancey, the assist, but none other than Cash Moore. Wow. That was, again, Coach, as good of a centering ball as you're going to see by Cash Moore or anybody else. I don't care whether you call that boots. I don't care whether you call that cleats, whatever. Isaac Yancey with the goal. Cash Moore, the assist. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if I'm Heritage Christian, I'm thinking, uh-oh, we gave up a goal within 3 minutes or so, and now we're down 4-0. We've got to work quick. Heritage trying to advance it. But, here is one other thing, and I've got to mention this too. As you see more here in the near side, it's knocked out of play. One thing you got to kind of realize about this now is if I'm Bishop Chatard, I'm playing possession soccer. If I get the chance, yes, I'm going to score. If not, I'm going to take my time on throw-ins. I'm going to take my time on anything I have to milk that clock.
And are you to a point where now, I know you don't want them to score, but at this point, you let them play as much as they can. Let them run their energy out.
Yeah, well, Heritage is going to have to put up a little bit more now, and it's a wrong day to do that. And I'm just, from that standpoint, do you have enough energy? Are you going to have to, on a 90-degree day and the field down there is 100+, and you're trying to keep your players, first off, hydrated, motivated too, to go out there in the heat and continue to play? It's just not an easy thing to do. And you've got to pick up 4. That's really hard to do in this game of soccer, especially when you look at how many opportunities you've had, and there haven't been that many. Here come the Trojans again.
They are just on sync. How was their week? Did they win a game this week?
They ended up losing their opener to LC 3-1, but then they beat Providence Cristo Rey 4-1. You're speaking of Bishop Chatard,
yes.
Yeah. Last year, Cash Moore had 8 goals and no better assist than what you saw today. And that they really could be 2-0. You look at that LC game, it was 1-1 at halftime, and they gave up the 2 goals in the second half. And I know that was a tough one to lose, but I think they kind of learned something from it. And if you watch that Providence Cristo Rey game, Providence Cristo Rey's not a bad soccer team.
No, they're pretty good.
And so I think that was a good test. Uh-oh, here we go. Bishop Chatard trying to get it in position. Can they get it back to the middle? No. Great job there by Heritage to clear it. And you can see right now that Bishop Chatard is a little more
upbeat,
aggressive,
yes,
too. Yeah.
Yes.
They feel the energy right now. And you can kind of tell that Heritage is thinking, uh-oh. We went 4-1 in the conference last year, but right now on the verge of losing a very early contest. When if I am also Bishop Chatard, of course that's a bad mistake right there. If I'm Bishop Chatard and I'm like Cash Moore, and I watch Cash a little bit, he put a lot of energy into that last attempt and when he got the assist, but I'm thinking to myself, if I'm Cash Moore, I'm going to preserve some energy here. Because I want to get it back and try to really run out as much as I can on that clock. And if that means preserving some energy late, I'm going to do so.
You're also, if you're the coach, you're also looking at seeing how many kids can I play now and rest the legs.
Well, that's true, because you want to see if you have some kids that you might be able to use later on in the season. You always have injuries. You always have sickness. You have something that may happen, yellow cards that bring you out, and you got to have guys you know you can count on to put in the ball game. That's going to go against the Trojans. So now the free kick, but this is a deep one from nearly the 30-yard line. Cash Moore over to talk with the official. Also, I'm not sure what Cash kind of pointed to his right shoulder area, but I think that was more of.
I think he wanted to put his band on it, his captain's band on it. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. He didn't. A little tap to the middle. The header out of the zone. Boy, 2 headers and you got it near midfield. How about this? Heritage trying to get back. They will do so. That cleared to the far side. You know, Jackson Dortch had no other alternative than to clear that out of there so that defense can get back. See, I don't think that's a good call. I think that was Dortch who was the one who cleared it out of bounds, but they're giving it back over to Heritage. Tough call. I didn't see anybody else touch it, did you?
I didn't see it either.
Well, it didn't matter too much because Bishop Chatard able to come away with it. Here's Walling. Nice footwork back to the middle. Well, I tell you what, Vinny Young just about a step late that time for Heritage to get over there and maybe get a steal, start that momentum in the attack the other way, but was a step behind. This is the kind of game, too, where you're hoping you have a lot of depth.
Yes.
You know what the other time is? When you get into late October and you got one of those nights where it's just kind of really cold.
You got an ankle or a knee.
So a player down for Bishop Chatard. That's number 19. That's Walling, who's played well here tonight. And looks like it is going to be the right ankle. We will take a timeout. 31:49 remaining second half. 4-0 Trojans.
Piece of equipment you can trust. One that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com. Get a gator that will get you where you need to go. Something you can get in and go with plenty of space. Be ready to tackle any terrain, large or small. When you choose Reynolds, you choose reliability. A guaranteed great customer experience and relationship from the moment you walk in. Come in and see for yourself or visit reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Well, the injured player is limping off the field. Now, the nice part about having a 4-0 lead is you might be able to lose a player and you still okay.
I guarantee he will go into the tent, get a whole bunch of ice, and not come back.
Well, you don't need to now, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
By the way, today's game brought to you in part by the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Daily coverage, high school, college, pro sports from coast to coast, border to border. Check it out, IndianaSRN.org. Click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed.
It will be there Monday through
Sunday.
Yeah. You don't get a day off, do you?
No. We do not get a day off.
You get it done, probably 5 o'clock on Sunday morning so you can go back to bed before you go to church?
Probably, yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Depends on what my dogs let me do more than anything.
I hear you.
Or if there are other activities that are in my neighborhood that we will not talk about, then I generally try to go back to bed. So. But I notice you, Nick, the rest of you never come visit me. So I find that a little shocking.
I get lost when I go to your house. I'm not sure where I'm going.
Hey, how about that by Cash Moore? He did that pass to himself behind the back. And Moore near side. It could be an offsides. Yep. One offsides by much, though.
Offsides is the call. Free kick, Eagles.
Eagles will, again, have to work quick. You look up there, and if you're Bishop Chatard, it seems like, again, when you're on the winning side, that clock seems to take forever. When on the losing side, you look up, and it seems like somebody's cheating on the clock. It's down to 30, 44. Next thing you know, it's down to 28.
The youth football league, when you had the old digital clock, and you go to 59, and all of a sudden it jumps to 2, and you go, wow. We sure did play a quick 2 minutes.
On the throw-in, right now, Heritage Christian just having a difficult time even getting into the flow of their offense. And a lot of that has to do with how the Trojans have been playing defensively today. Good long ball. That's one of those where the header, you're trying to pass it to yourself. Unfortunately, right there.
Just a step behind.
Yeah, Bronco couldn't get to it. Well, here again, now you're looking at Bishop Chatard thinking, just like with Haynes right there, we don't have to hurry this thing. Let's dump it behind. If we have to go side to side, we'll do so because we can take off 2 minutes right here. Well, that's a good ball, just not quite long enough. And it will go out of play, and we'll stay this way.
Down to 29:30 to play.
Substitution for your Trojans. Returning to the match, number 3, Gabriel McNamee.
McNamee coming back in. You heard his name called right there, number 3. Well, I'll tell you what, if things continue for Bishop Chatard, if they play this way throughout the rest of the season, they were 7-9-1 last year. They were 6-2 at home. That's the one number we talked about earlier that they were very impressive. Moore with the left foot. Knew he didn't hit that one well. I mean, he hit it well enough, but not the way he wanted to. But if they continue this way, they're going to be almost unbeatable at home.
They felt like they had an opportunity to win their sectional last year.
And I think they could be opening up some eyes. People will watch the film in this one today and think, how are we going to score against them? And I don't really believe Rodriguez-Vasquez has really been challenged much today because the defenders have played so well. The middies have kept the ball either in midfield or in the scoring side of things. They just can't find a way to get down there and score. Here's Rule. See, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating, too. Even if Rule happens to get by that defender.
There's 2 more people right there.
Yes. You can make the change and turn around and go left, and there's more defenders. So you have the defensemen, the middies coming back playing very well. Now for Bishop Chatard, you got a throw in here for Heritage. See if the high kick, and that will go just over the top of the goal. It hit the football crossbar.
Goal kick, Bishop Chatard.
But it'll go back over to Bishop Chatard. Rodriguez-Vasquez. And we talked about he's not really that tall, but does a nice job. His lateral movement left to right, has good instincts, whether to play that ball out front, let that ball come to him. Doesn't gamble maybe as much as what we saw Landon Height early, but Height has not gambled since he gave up that goal early in the contest. So as that ball goes out of play, we'll see if Height will go ahead and put this one in play himself as a goal kick right here. We're under the 28-minute mark. Back coming up on 27.
Goal kick, Heritage Christian.
Have a feeling that at some point you're kind of thinking, if you are Heritage Christian, if we don't get a goal quickly, we're going to run out of time. There's just not enough time. We're going to see a change here for Bishop Chatard. Kellen Ford will see his first action, I do believe, of the afternoon. You also take into consideration, Coach, every time that ball goes out of play, and if I'm a throw-in for Bishop Chatard,
15, 20, 30 seconds.
It all adds up.
Yep.
Soccer, people who really know soccer pretty well, they know all these little tricks to play to waste some time off the clock. Now, it would take a lot to get a warning, first off. I mean, if you're standing there looking at your fingernails or something, they'll probably get you. But if you're actively looking and you don't really want to throw it in, I can get myself 30 seconds.
It's like playing, refereeing the men's league on a running clock on a free throw. You wait about 15, 20 seconds before you give them the basketball.
Yeah, because you don't get paid by the hour. You get paid by the game.
That's it. Oh, there's something on the ball. You want to stop the clock? No, I got it.
Yeah, just keep that thing going. We'll let you know. By the way, we mentioned earlier today with soccer underway, the new poll will come out this week. So make sure you check in on the sports page, because we'll have new polls for everybody. I think once you get through the first couple of weeks, volleyball, football, soccer, cross country.
Yep.
All those things will come out. Cross country didn't do a new poll or won't do a new poll until this week. They had their preseason, but I don't think most of the teams ran until this weekend.
Yeah, this was the big weekend for cross country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that there was several conference championships.
How about that one off the upright to the left? Header. Goalie goes down, cleared. And Height a little slow getting up, but tell you what, he didn't have any choice that time. We saw in the girls' game at least 4 that hit the crossbar at the top. That one upright just to the left.
He's trying to gather himself here.
Time called, 24:52 remaining. Again, you get outside the box, you're pretty much fair game, and nobody takes a shot at you. But what I'm saying is that there's bodies flying everywhere. And sometimes you end up finding yourself coming down on somebody's foot, twist an ankle or so, but he seems to be okay. Cashmore near side once again, unable to get it back to the middle, and now Heritage on the attack. Good lead ball to the circle. And you can see how you look at Bishop Chatard getting back at midfield and then retreating, and then all of a sudden the offensive possession isn't there.
Almost like Heritage Christian girls during the game. They swarm you like all around you.
Yeah, like flies.
Yes.
Near side Moore.
Here he comes.
Moore tried to stop it. Ball gets loose. Can't get to it in time, and Heritage able to grab that one as it goes out of bounds. You can hear the fans wanting a corner here for Bishop Chatard, and I think that is going to be the case. I thought that Heritage picked up that ball before it even went out of play.
I did too.
I would be like, wait a minute, you can't see the yellow line. I picked it up before that, right?
You would think this line judge would have caught that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So it'll be a corner. This will be Moore. Now, he's the perfect guy to set this for you.
Yes.
It's a matter of touch and placement on these balls, and we saw his assist earlier, just how good he was able to do it. See, I love that ball. How about Height right there, diving ahead to knock it out? High
watch
in
the bounce.
air. Yep, watch it. Boy, that was dangerous right there, huh? That's one of those, if you jump too quick, you're in trouble.
Yep.
You're coming down while the ball's continuing to make its way toward the goal.
Seems like some of the guys are having trouble with their footing on the surface.
And there is a reason why. This surface has been around a while.
Okay.
as you said earlier, they won't get a new surface till next year, and that grass or the fake grass gets kind of pounded down a little bit. I know they swept it earlier, as you said. You can kind of tell when you look at the black pebbles coming up from underneath. It gives it the cushion. But, Coach, again, you've been on it so long, and they do so many activities on here, it kind of loses a little bit of its surface. I was hoping today that with this broadcast we would have ourselves a sideline reporter to tell us about some of those intricacies of the game, and you wouldn't volunteer to do it. So.
Well, 2 people need to be in the booth at all times.
Oh, well, Nick and I are up here.
Nick doesn't count. He's a director.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's the way you say bad things about Nick.
Nick
doesn't count.
Nick counts all the time.
Okay, good. I'm glad you clarified that. Trojans trying to get back into the attacking third, but the ball goes out of bounds. Back over again to Heritage Christian. They'll make a change.
I was impressed that our CEO came in today.
I am too.
And just to tell all, the production team did an outstanding job getting us on the air today.
Yeah, it was a tough beginning, but we got her. By the way, checking in will be Jacob West. Andrew Taylor coming in now for the Trojans. Morano coming out. If this contest stays the way it is, Coach, I tell you, I'm very impressed with Bishop Chatard. Again, that first game was a tough one. You lose to Lawrence Central, and then you come back, and again, for Providence Cristo Rey, much improved, not an easy game.
Could they be in your top 5?
I think after watching today, yeah. I think they could be.
And they're in 2A, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Heritage Christian is in 2A as well?
I believe Heritage Christian is in 2A as well, but they're
girls
ranked
are
number
1A,
6.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're ranked number 6, I believe. Let me check that poll again for you. We believe in accuracy when we can. You know, the nice thing about the way technology is right now, if you didn't print it off, just go find it. Let's see here. 2A, Heritage Christian is number 7.
Okay.
And do not see, well, of course, right now, Bishop Chatard not ranked, but I believe they are a 2A because you have really big schools in the 3A ranks like Noblesville and such.
So Heritage Christian Chatard has impressed you that much today to probably get them in the top 20?
Yeah, at least. Yeah, and it kind of depends, again, what happened over the weekend or during the week that will change things. But you know, a lot of those teams in the top 20, some of those numbers are coming off what happened last year.
Because they haven't played a game.
They haven't played a game, so.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Heritage Christian. Maybe a little flat-footed today. But, again, they have shown in time to be very, very good.
Well, the tone was set kind of early when Landon Height tried to make that play and step out. You kind of felt, there's one there for Bishop Chatard. And then when they got the second goal and it was 2-0 at that stage, you're thinking that they're still in it. It's okay, but then that penalty really cost them. That penalty kick that got the goal.
To make it 3-0 quick.
Yeah, and right there you're kind of like, Little shimmy right there by Andrew Taylor, knocking McClellan to the turf. Good tackle there in the takeaway. Under the 19-minute mark now for Heritage Christian. Bishop Chatard tried to clear it, can't do so, but, the defender came back and stayed with it, and that's really a key defensively. Though he was unable to clear it, was able to come back and get a deflection as the ball goes out of bounds on the far side. We have some more changes here for Heritage Christian, or I should say for Bishop Chatard. Here are the changes right there from the public address announcer.
And you will see no more Cash Moore and those kids.
Done for the day, looks like. Now just think about the valuable minutes you get here as a backup with 18 minutes to play.
A lot of experience here, especially for your young kids.
Well, in Heritage on the other side, they're going to probably keep their frontliners in. I would feel at this stage, if they can get one quickly, kind of work their way there, and then you got to, again, really even make it a faster game the rest of the way. But I think they got to get something on the board here pretty quick, even to have a thought of coming back in this one.
I want to thank our camera guy today, Eric Eaton, out in the sun.
Well, Eric's not now.
No, he's got his shades on, and
he's comfortable.
Nick Lewis calling the ones and twos.
Also want to thank Indiana Labor's District Council, part of our sponsorship today, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Labor's District Council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are La Una. Also want to thank Pat Cherry from Family Source Insurance, your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. If you'd like more information, give him a call at 317-894-7000. O'Gara, middle. High shot, wide right, but had a great look at it.
Shot by Kellen Ford.
Also want to thank both athletic directors and the administration of both teams. Circle City Conference action. Looks like we may take a water break here.
Yep, right after that attempt by Kellen Ford. 16:45 remaining in this one. Trojans lead at 4-0.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with a blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there it's just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Warm afternoon. The cool down break is over. You won't see that when we get probably into late September, that's for sure. We were talking earlier, you get into October sometimes, start seeing your breath on these nighttime games, and you don't get a warm-up period.
I know that a couple years ago I had to work the sidelines in a semi-state when it was like 14 degrees, and
Okay,
you guys
now,
were up here in the booth nice and warm.
So what is it that you won't do it on a hot day but you do it on a cold day?
I didn't want to go out on a cold day. But the way I was told was we want our best guy down on the field.
Oh.
That's what I was told.
I got you. Probably the higher paid employee, too, would be my guess.
Man, that's not true.
Morano, long
Wow.
one. Now, I told you, remember, we talked about
Long
guys
hits.
with strong legs. And they were not afraid to take a long shot just like that one. Vinny Young coming in, the senior for Heritage Christian.
For Bishop Chatard, 14, Nicholas Morano.
Nick Morano coming in once again for Bishop Chatard.
Chatard has to feel pretty good about this win.
Yeah, I would think so, too. I mean, again, you went 0 for last year in the conference. You're going to get a win here today, barring any late collapse, which I don't anticipate is going to happen. I would say they're very encouraged by what they see. It's tough to go through a conference season and not win a game.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, we said it before, you know each other very well. It's rivalries, pretty much, you only have a handful of teams. But now with the change in the conferences, that's a high shot off the bar. Still alive, back kick, no good. That would have been a goal of the year so far. That one's going to be a nice save. Pressure continues. Height able to knock it down. By the way, Riley Coomer was the one who tried the little back kick tap. That would have been pretty. As I was mentioning a little bit ago, you go 0 for 5 in the conference last year. Your last year in the conference this year, I'd like to win a conference championship as I'm heading out the door, right?
Heritage Christian leaves the conference next year. Circle City Conference will look a lot different.
Yeah.
Number 2, Andrew Taylor.
And the Indiana Crossroads Conference will look totally different.
There are a couple of conferences this year that kind of switched around, too.
There are some teams that moved some conferences.
Corner kick right here for BC. Denied there, and it'll be resent out front. "14 minutes remaining. Not a whole lot of time here for Heritage Christian.
We encourage you to check out the sports page tomorrow.
Be a busy one.
And then also on Tuesday with our football poll. Comes out Tuesday or Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, every poll will be out by late Tuesday afternoon, except for the AP football poll. I think they wait for some reason until Wednesday, Thursday. I'm not quite sure why, but that's been kind of their. Oh, I tell you what, if Landon Heights, like, boy, I whiffed on that one, huh? But there are now in football, you have our poll. You have, in fact, there's other polls like Who's Your Prep Report, some of the things we're affiliated with, partnerships and such. But now you have a USA Today poll, you have a coaches poll, and an AP poll in football.
And I must do this before we get off the air. Don't forget to listen to Sports Talk tonight with Bob Level, 9:30 to midnight.
Corner this time by Bishop Chatard, and we've got a whistle that'll go against the Trojans.
31 years for Bob.
I did all of our guys call in last night. Like
all 4 guys called in. Yes.
Good job. I gave that assignment to Coach Cox.
And we also got credit for a couple of games we did do. So,
all right.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
Today's game brought to you in part by Aspen Creek Grill. Great, delicious food. Servers who genuinely care about their service. If you haven't been there, we invite you to go. Aspen Creek Grill in Noblesville. We were there for the football show the other day. The powwow shrimp is something that got eaten quickly.
Yeah, or Keith Myers will eat it all.
You'll eat it all. Good thing we had you on the air because no one else would have gotten anything.
That's true.
With you being the host, you're able to do so.
I thank you for my steak dinner, too.
You will not be disappointed. Aspen Creek Grill. Also, clean slate. You can find your future in the cloud. We're a technology consulting firm specializing in custom-built modern applications and products that will deliver great agility, faster speed, innovation, and resiliency to handle whatever the future throws your way. Give them a call. Clean slate, 866-885-3249.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Heritage running out of time here. That's
double hit.
Yeah, well, that's a foul from behind. I think they got Bishop Chatard. It's a little bit of a shove. So a free kick here from about the 32-yard line area. You'll see Cooper Teeple, who's coming to the lineup. He'll put a little wedge right there.
I would not want to be that close.
No. I'm not sure where Brunco was going to go with that one. There was nobody really there. Hey, nice play there by Teeple. Generally now when you see a lot of new players in the lineup as Teeple puts a nice ball deep, they haven't played a whole lot together. And so you're going to see some play that's maybe not quite what you would expect.
Well, it's the first week of the season.
It is. Well, actually second.
Second week.
Yeah.
At this point, you try not to get anybody hurt.
Yeah.
Try to come unscathed.
Well, and I'm also as a head coach, and you know this as well, I want to see how some of these younger guys play because right now Heritage Christian keeping their frontliners in. So you're getting a really good look as that ground ball picked up by Height. You're getting a good look at your backups, maybe some guys that aren't going to get a whole lot of minutes against frontline players. And that makes a difference.
A lot of coaches will watch this, go back and watch our broadcast and see that.
And they'll talk about the expert commentary, too.
Well, sometimes they do. We wanted to thank one of the fans that came in and said he would like to hear the broadcast again.
I agree. On the girls' side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
of course, he saw me in the booth. I thought that probably sold it.
That made the difference, yeah.
Henderson replacing 4, Vinny Young.
You know, the good news about what you do and your ability to get even at this level NIL money, which I think is impressive for you. So, name, image, likeness, Keith Myers. That's a high shot. Just been an off day offensively so far for Heritage.
Goal kick, Bishop Chatard.
If you've not been to Bishop Chatard, they played 2 games today also on the baseball field.
Yep.
They also ran a CYO jamboree on that field today.
In football, right.
Football. They also ran a football game on this field earlier this morning, and 2 more soccer games and a jamboree. So this place opened up about 9 o'clock this morning, and Kyle doesn't get to go home until probably 8 o'clock tonight.
You know, the athletic directors have to put in a lot of time during a sports season, and it's really busy as you see Heritage trying to get in position. It's busy in the fall and in the spring because there's so many more sports. They probably look forward to basketball and wrestling because you don't have to do as much.
A lot of work in basketball, though.
Well, true, but not as many sports as what you see in the spring and the fall. So
you look at our schedule coming up. We got volleyball on Tuesday and Thursday. Maybe Wednesday. I'm sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Right.
Soccer on Wednesday. We got football on Friday, and then our IHSAA football schedule comes out as soon as we will start a football game of the week every week starting in September.
All right. A lot of shoving. You see the arms being extended, and that will go against the Eagles. Free kick there just inside the 30.
If you'd like to have more information about us and what we do and how to help us, you can contact us at coach@IndianaSRN, or if you're on our website right now, there's a donate button right there. Every dollar you spent goes right back into those games and scheduling those games. We travel all over the state of Indiana in high school and college. We'd love to have your help. We're still looking for sponsors for the city championship for soccer.
Long ball and Height there to catch that one in the air. Height really knows now. He sees the clock at 6:55, and he knows they've got to find a way to get back on offense with that ball kicked out of bounds, so he's a little disappointed in himself. He didn't keep it in play.
One thing about Height that time, though, he followed that ball through and you caught the ball, held on to it before he cleared it.
Yep. And I think the reason why that may have gone out of bounds, he's kind of hurrying. He needs to get this offense rolling. He can see everything from behind and kind of gets an idea where everybody is, so he was trying to get that thing down the pitch as quickly as possible. But BC, look at them coming back again. Trojans, even their backup players, nothing easy here.
Well, don't you think a lot of that is you're sitting in the sidelines and you saw your top echelon players play their hearts out, and now it's your turn to, because maybe you can earn a spot.
I want minutes.
I know one of the things that I did as a coach is when I put subs in is you want to earn that 6th spot.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's your chance.
There, earn it.
Well, and that's what you're looking at. Again, if you end up with an injury, you end up with somebody, even during the game, that gets hurt or whatever the case may be, you got to have the confidence that you're going to be able to put a player in and get that production.
And he has played everybody on his bench today.
Yep.
That's outstanding.
How about Clive O'Neill, number 5, coming in?
And number 24, Larry Gallon-Lopez.
Larry Gallon-Lopez also checking in. He wears number 24. A lot of these players that are playing now have actually played in that junior varsity contest earlier. And that's the nice thing about when your frontliners get you a 4-0 lead, you can use these guys.
I got to play at 93 degrees. Now I get to play at 91.
That's right. Well, I'll tell you what, again, we can go back many years when we played. The bottom line is I just want to play.
Yep.
I put a lot of time in and effort, and I just want to get out and play. Mom and Dad are here watching me play, hopefully, and so you also, again, want to prove yourself to your coach that the hard work you put in the off season, if you certainly did, and you just want to get a chance to show what you can do. Ball kicked out of play here on the near side.
The tent companies made their little dues today, did they not?
They did. Well, they may be bringing those out again if the temperatures stay in the 90s here in the next week or so. My biggest concern when we have the football game at Marion, I'm hoping it is an air-conditioned press box. It is? Oh, good. See? And that they'll have a spread for us as well? No. Okay, 1 and 2. We'll go 50%. Good look there. Number 24, Larry Gallon Lopez.
Goal kick, Heritage Christian.
He must be a fan favorite because everybody likes Larry.
Yep.
As we're under 3 minutes.
On for Heritage Christian.
Well, Bishop Chatard will go to 2-1 on the season for Heritage Christian. They'll fall to 1-1. You think about last year. Heritage Christian gave up 35 total goals in 19 games. They've given up 4 today. The numbers a little bit different right now.
Well, and that's just nature of the sports,
yeah.
Right? You have some good years and equal years, and
well, and you also have to consider. I like that.
You got to love it. I mean, you got to catch the ball. I'm going to lay down. I'm going to count to 5, and then I'm going to get up.
We also have to consider the amount of talent lost from last year. They lose Max Locke.
Yes, they did. A lot of kids.
Yeah, 19 goals, 13 assists. That was probably the biggest one that they lost from a year ago. That's a lot of points. Turnover once again for Heritage Christian. And it looks like we will have a corner once again as we come up on the 2-minute mark.
Here we go. Here's the 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining in the match.
What a professional.
Chatard, corner kick number 2, Andrew Taylor.
This will be Andrew Taylor. He does a great job of spotting for us.
I think the public address announcer has been here 4 years.
Everybody just kind of kicking it around now. And again, you see this with some of the backup players.
And now you're looking at the stall.
Yep.
Whoop. Is he going to fall on it? Nope.
Rodriguez Vasquez says, you know what, I'm going to show off my leg from the 20.
You know, you never know what some of these kids might be in a football uniform kicking field goals for the football team.
And you do see that.
Park Tudor has a female extra point kicker, and she kicked one, what was it, 33 yards, the field goal during scrimmage the other day?
It was like 40 at that time.
It was very impressive. She's also a soccer player.
Yeah. Well, really, the motion and everything's kind of the same, isn't it? I mean, it isn't like the old days where you had guys kicking it straight on. And
no, I don't think anybody does that anymore.
No, not anymore.
When I kicked it 2 yards. I thought it was pretty well.
You did well.
And that was hitting the ground first.
And downhill, too, right? Yeah. Yours was always the roll. You counted yards and rolls, didn't you? Yeah. I kicked a 45-yarder once. Ball goes out of play. 20 seconds and counting here in this second half. Want to remind you that today's broadcast brought to you in part by Wheeler Mission. For over 125 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, healing to people in need. For more information, call 317-686-6239. How about
a clean slate?
Yep. Rodriguez Vasquez being congratulated. His clean sheet today in the shutout win. Trojans win at 4-0. Your final thoughts on this one?
Good little split for these teams. Chatard loses the girls' game in overtime. Chatard boys' game makes it up for the boys. Great time. Want to thank everybody again. Outstanding job. Thursday is the next game for the Chatard Trojans against Avon.
All right. Want to remind you that today's game has been brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. Passion to care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. Boilermaker Local 374. They represent highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication in the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 125 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Northwestern Mutual, inspiring people to repeatedly take action on their financial goals. Indiana Laborers District Council, the 12,000 Hoosier men and women with Laborers District Council and affiliated local unions that build Indiana. We are LIUNA. And the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page daily with updated sports news coast to coast. Go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the sports page tab.
Final score for Zevo Chatard over Heritage Christian. Don't forget, check out the whole entire schedule this week on IndianaSRN on IndianaSRN.org. On behalf of the whole entire team, Nick Lewis, Eric Eaton, Troy Derogowski, Keith Myers, we want to thank you. Enjoy your Sunday. God bless. We'll see you down the road.